Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you here. My name is Maurizio Cocchi, and on behalf of ETA Florence and of the BIO4A project, I would like to welcome you to today's event on fueling clean aviation for Europe. It's a project, it's an event describing the results of the BIO4A Horizon 2020 project. And we will also discuss how the deployment and scale up of sustainable aviation fuels can be an enabler for the wider goals of the European Green Deal. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our representative from the region of Tuscany, because we are today hosted by the delegation of the region of Tuscany. So we thank you for hosting us, and I give the floor to Antonella Pollazzi for a short welcome message. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. And good morning to everybody. And I represent Tuscany region, and my head of office, Mrs. Silvia Borzagli. Unfortunately, she wanted to be here, but her flight was cancelled. So I represent the office today, and I'm very happy to host your project meeting. And I follow normally transport fields here in Brussels, because I work for Brussels office. And I know that the legislation on aviation fuel is quite difficult to have, for reaching an agreement. So I really hope that, I don't know if today there is something under discussion, and the Swedish presidency put this regulation under one of their priority, but they are quite cautious on their position. So I really hope that even for the industry, there will be reached very soon an agreement on this directive. So, okay, I'm very quick just to tell you that we are always available to host this kind of event, especially if in the partnership we have some members from Tuscany. And so, of course, these offices are at your disposal, even in future occasions, if you need to come to Brussels. So thank you very much. And I hope that everything will be fine for your project.
Thank you so much for this welcome message. Feel free to stay as long as you wish, or whatever.
The beginning, and then
don't worry. And okay, now I would like to introduce the project coordinator for the, which I don't see anymore, David. I would like to introduce the project coordinator, David Chiaramonti, for a quick introduction, and then we move on to the big presentations. David, here.
I'll be very short. I prefer we spend our time on the content of the project, but thank you very much for being here or connected. This was a very ambitious, probably the most difficult project I have been handling in 35 years, but I'm glad that finally we are going the right way. So this morning we will show you both parts of the project, the industrial one and the research that is extremely actual given the current debate in Brussels. So I stop it here. Thanks again. The partners will have the opportunity to show the work, and thanks to ETA for organizing in the usual excellent way these meetings. And let's go into the project.
Okay, so we will soon listen from David about an overview about the results of the project. Now, let's move on to the big, the first session. A few housekeeping things. We will have two sessions, one in the morning, one networking lunch, and then in the afternoon, a second more interactive discussion where we will both have presentations on the, let's say, the research and agricultural component of the project, and feel free to interact whenever you can. I would like to take the chance also to welcome our online participants. I don't see how many we are, but we expected around 130 participants online. Maybe my colleagues can help me later to let me know how many we are. I will check. Or we can give you the mic.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very glad to be here with you in person. This project goes back, David, in 2017. It started. The topic was in the work program 15-16 of Horizon 2020. I put forward this topic. We're trying to push the aviation biofuels at that time. You see, we are 7 years after for reaching the results of this project, and this is a message to everyone that research takes time. Demonstrating technology takes time. It is not just a short-term reply to a short-term need. So we need to invest time. We need to invest money in order to get results that can help us in the future with our needs. And saying that, I would like to thank David in particular, because without David, perhaps this project wouldn't terminate, wouldn't go to the end. I mean, David did an enormous effort to comply to all what was requested from the Commission to bring this project to an end. And I really thank him for his contribution. So I think I understand the problems very well. I've been following these technologies for years, and that's why I appreciate the effort of the people and of the consortium also, people that really put their efforts to make this happen. So I'm going to give you, how do I go here? This. Okay, a short update, let's say. This is the package, the Fit for 55 package. That's a proposal of the Commission. And I have listed here, you have maybe seen that before, all those legislative proposals that would affect renewable fuels. First, of course, is the Renewable Energy Directive, but if you scroll and the Renewable Fuel Aviation, Maritime, etc., but if you go down, you will see all the others that implicitly could affect with the proposals for the greenhouse gas emissions targets. And then we have also the CO2 emission standards with the proposal to ban the internal combustion engine in 2035 for new cars, of course. And we'll see how this also has been evolved. And also now we have for the heavy duty vehicles, 45% of emission reduction is the proposal in 2030. From 1919 and 65 in 35 and 90% in 2040, meaning that this is not banned. We still have a room for running the combustion engine in heavy duty vehicles with renewable fuels. Of course, we have also the energy taxation, the directive, which is still ongoing, the co-decision, and then the proposal was that member states could opt to exempt or to put a minimum taxation for renewable energies, renewable fuels, renewable electricity. And now this is how it is the provisional agreement. It doesn't want to go down. If you could, yes. Yeah, thank you very much. So this is how it is. Now, doesn't work. Okay. So what I wanted to say, with a provisional agreement of 5.5% renewable fuels under the Renewable Energy Directive. Yes, okay. What happens? No, stay here, please. What happens is that we have there at least 1% synthetic fuels, which is double counting. So it is 4.5% advanced biofuels that are going to be needed actually for 2030. And then the idea is to either choose between reducing the greenhouse gas intensity, at least 14.5%, this is above the proposal, by 2030, or have 29% share of renewable energy in the final energy consumption in transport. Of course, a lot will come from electrification. This is for all transport modes, including aviation and maritime. A lot will come from electrification in the road, but there is a bigger, let's say, margin now for renewable fuels to meet these targets. We have also an agreement for the ETS, but with a higher greenhouse gas emissions target, 62%. The others remained as they are. The renewable fuel aviation is ongoing, and we heard today. And for the emissions standards, now we have a recital in the provisional agreement that says that carbon neutral fuels would be allowed to test it in internal combustion engines, which means that there will be a methodology, and the Commission will make a delegated act this fall to show how these climate neutral cars can be registered, the new cars. So there is a kind of, let's say, a room even in the light road transport in the cars. Also the ETD is ongoing. Next, please. What else happens is the European Green Industrial Plan, which is a reply to the ERA, to the Inflation Reduction Act of the United States, by choosing what will be technologies that will help to have net zero industrial processes, and along with the known solar, wind, etc., we have biomethane and sustainable alternative fuels technologies. The difference is that for a biomethane and the others, these are strategic technologies. Strategic technologies means that they have priority of access to financing, while the sustainable alternative fuels technology, although they are recognized as strategic, do not have, let's say, the same priority. Next, please. And now we go to the work program 23-24 under Horizon Europe, which is under the climate cluster 5, climate energy mobility, and the destination 3, which is on the energy supply and the renewable energy areas. And the principles remain the European Green Deal, of course, to develop competitive processes, not just environmentally compliant processes, digital processes. The digitalization is entering everywhere. The position of Europe in the world, meaning international collaboration, is also strengthened. And we have also compliance to the European democracy and principles. Next, please. In a nutshell, this is what we propose for the work program 23-24 under the renewable fuels area. And these are actually inspired by the European Green Deal and the ReFuelEU. And if you go to the next, Mauricio can show what are, first of all, the topics that are specific to aviation under renewable fuels. So we had 2 topics that just closed end of March. They were demonstration actions. One was dedicated to advanced biofuel technologies for aviation and shipping, and the other was dedicated to synthetic renewable fuels for aviation and shipping, as we have different now quotas or a minimum for this SAF in the proposal for the legislation. What was important in these topics, it is like for the BIO4A, we wanted to push the next step to be the pre-commercial plan. So we asked to have a business plan, a feasibility study, something that shows that there are plans in order to commercialize the technology, and also to identify possible funding resources, which is very important for this. And there are many funding sources. It is not only the Innovation Fund, it is the InvestEU, it is the EU Catalyst Partnership, which is a partnership between the Commission, the EIB, and the Breakthrough Energy Coalition, and has various areas there that supports, among which is the SAF, a sustainable aviation fuels. And I will show you how this is in our work program. And also we have now an upcoming topic dedicated to aviation and shipping, which is area, and it is based on microalgae or direct solar fuel production and purification technologies. Microalgae means that it's biomass, and direct solar fuel production means it doesn't go through the electricity route. It goes through direct sunlight use for the hydrogen, and then the synthesis for the synthetic fuel. Next, please. And then we have other topics on renewable fuels. We have one on next generation advanced biofuel technologies, another on renewable energy carrier technologies for transport, including aviation, another on next generation synthetic renewable fuels, and one on light harvesting and carbon fixation with synthetic biology or biomimetic pathways for renewable direct solar fuels production. So it's a mix of RIAs and EAs. The RIAs look actually to have technologies available beyond 2030 and further, I would say. That's why we focus on this synthetic biology or other more direct solar fuels, etc. Next, please. And these are for all fuels, not just for aviation. Then on the international, we have a topic, and that I will show you that now we have something ongoing with mission innovation at the international level. So we have a topic on integrated biorefineries for co-production of advanced biofuels, biochemicals, and biomaterials. This covers also aviation fuels. If someone would like to propose a biorefinery working on aviation fuels, it's totally eligible, but this is for next year, and it expects to have mission innovation countries participating, right, international consortia there. And then we have a general topic on green transition and energy access in Africa, which is for all renewable energies and requires a demonstration plan to be put in Africa. Of course, renewable fuels, bioenergy, aviation fuels are included. Next. And in the cross-cutting, covering all types of renewables and aviation, we have the next generation energy technologies, the market uptake measures, and the renewable energy valleys, which is a closed topic. Next, and this renewable energy valleys is a topic that is going to be continued. Now we had just, let's say, the first idea exposed and attracting proposals. The goal is to have locally regional hubs, regional living labs, as we say, systems where all renewable energies are used and all renewable energy carriers are produced. And the expectation is to be able to feed the needs, the annual needs of this local or regional community annually. And the next, here we have a study under other actions that will look to mobilize industrial capacity building for advanced biofuels. It's a continuation of the study we are running right now on the industrial outlook capacity for advanced biofuels, and it will come later than the second quarter. Then we have this, what I told you, the EU Catalyst Partnership. This is under other actions. So one has to go to this other actions topic to find what is named contribution to InvestEU blending operation under the green transition product. This is what includes sustainable aviation fuels. It's an indirectly managed action with the EIB. It means the proposal is done into this topic, but then the EIB does the due diligence. And we in the Commission look at the technical eligibility. It has 100 million for 23 and 24, 50 and 50 in each year. So it's something because it mentions in particularly SAF where to be explored. And two more slides. Next, please, Maurizio, on mission innovation, which goes with a topic on integrated biorefineries. What is mission innovation? Is mission innovation is an international collaboration, and here it doesn't show on the title, but we have missions under mission innovation, and one mission is called integrated biorefineries, and the goal of this is to replace 10% of the fossil-based fuels, chemicals, and materials with bio-based alternatives by 2030. So there is an integration, integrated biorefineries innovation roadmap. There are action plans, and there are three pillars. One is for research, development, and innovation across the biorefinery supply and value chain. The second is on pilot scale demonstration projects. And the third is to collaborate for the market, for the regulations, for the standards, for the sustainability, etc. It is called by India and Netherlands, and we have as members for the moment Brazil, Canada, us, and the United Kingdom. It is supported by Air Bioenergy, the Nova Institute, the Clean Energy Ministerial, and the BioFuture Initiative. And the next, in more particular now, the final slide. So for this, it is the three pillars, as I said, under the research and development. We develop new products is one action. The other action is we improve products are chemical products, basically, and materials, while the second on improved efficiency is improved efficiency of integrated biorefineries for all products, energy, fuels, chemicals, etc. And we have workshops. One will be now a webinar with industry on the 1st of June, actually. That will be the first webinar. If there is interest, please contact me. And then we have new products. We will have a call that will be formulated at the end of this year. And for the efficiency, we will have also trying to make proposals, consortia and proposals to reply to the EU call that I saw you on the integrated biorefineries. For the pilots and demos, we have a report on legislations and regulations, and another one on biorefinery business plan that will come at the end, mid-end of this year, and a report on standards. For market policy, so that will not be done by the mission of integrated biorefineries, but that will be in collaboration with the Clean Energy Ministerial Biofuture Campaign and the LCA, both with the SEM Biofuture Campaign and the United Nations LCA initiative that some of you may be familiar. And then there is collaboration across the missions in the mission innovation with the SEM Biofuture Initiative, the campaign with industry, the SAF platform, the CDR or Bio-CRS mission, and the zero industries on the feedstock, on the carbon sequestration, on the products, on the SAF, on the carbon storage, the industries that are zero emission, and on the LCA. With that, I think I gave you an update of what is going on. Thank you very much. And if you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. Very detailed update, and we really appreciate it. We will not. There's plenty of opportunities. Any comments or questions from this room? If not, I think there was a question on the chat, maybe related to any updates on the energy taxation. Is there any
On
the energy taxation?
taxation.
Yeah, the taxation direct.
In the ETD, the ETD is quite intense. As you may know, there's no really an update that I can share now with you, but there is quite an intensive discussion, let's say.
Okay, thank you. And I saw there is also upcoming webinars and events in June. Maybe, am I wrong that there is also something on the 23rd of May related to funding or innovation funds?
Yeah, perhaps CINEA can inform
Okay.
us on that. They are pitching,
Okay,
pitching events that are organized. Yes, there is one that also the General Director of RTD,
yeah, maybe that
Mark
was,
Lemaitre, goes
yeah,
to this.
maybe
This is
that was the one.
yeah, this is a pitching event with projects that would like to be upscaled to first of a kind demo projects, participating and trying to find investors. Angels, how do they call them now? These angels, yes.
Okay,
this will. But I think I have sent it to Patrick Clinton,
Yes.
the ET Bioenergy
yes,
chair, and I
yes.
think the chair
We
has
are promoting it,
already
yeah,
promoted
yeah.
to all of
ERA
you.
Bioenergy as well.
Yes, and ERA, I have
yes.
sent it to both, so I think
Yes.
it is well disseminated and people can participate.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Applause again. And I would like now to introduce, we are perfect on time. And I would like now to introduce our next speaker, our project officer from CINEA, Javier Garcia Fernandez, for a quick message from CINEA. Let me just open your presentation and share it. Second. Okay, let me put it in full mode. Fine. I can scroll for you, or if you have the pointer, you can use it, but I can scroll for you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Javier Garcia. I'm the project advisor who's been supervising the BIO4A project from CINEA's side during the last year. I want to join the words of Maria and thank the records team, particularly David and Tommaso, for all your always quick response, proactive communication, always presenting very clearly the challenges that this project has presented, but also always presenting a solution to each of the challenges. So thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to be here. So for those who doesn't know CINEA yet, I want to present this institution. We are the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. We work under the European Commission, and we have our objective in our work is to provide high quality program management to implement the European Green Deal. We manage 7 programs, financing programs, the European Commission, among which is Horizon Europe, the fund that is provided, or the programming that is providing financing to this project, BIO4A. We are around 500 people working with now more than 3,000 projects and implementing a portfolio of 60 billion euros. Next, please. Basically, our job consists in issuing the call for proposals, evaluating, managing all the evaluation with help of experts, then preparing the grant agreements under which the projects will be executed, and then supervise the financial and technical implementation of each of the projects, and always keep policy feedback with the parent DGs in this process. Next, please. So the Horizon Program, as I was saying, as Maria was presenting, is the program that is providing finance to BIO4A. In the case of this project, the funds are coming from the first section of this program, H2020, that had almost 80 billion euros executed between 2014 and 2020, and directed to promote research and innovation activities in different sectors. Now, as many of you already know, this program was succeeded by the Europe Horizon, a program that will be executed from 2021 to 2027, and with almost 1 billion, not million, euro to support different sectors. Inside the Horizon program, here in CINEA, we implement Cluster 5, which is directed to activities on climate, energy, and mobility. And inside this cluster that we have, for which we have a budget of 15 billion, is where sustainable aviation fuels are financed. And next, please. So currently in CINEA and under Horizon Energy Projects, we're supervising the execution of 827 projects, which account for more than 5 billion euros. More specifically, we are currently supporting the implementation of 13 projects in the area of sustainable aviation fuels, with a total budget or the total EU contribution of 70 million in grants. As Maria was presenting also, this year, and the work program in 2023, 2024, it has already been to call for proposals and related with sustainable aviation fuels. There's another one in September, and we'll be opening and closing in September. So we really invite you to all of you to present your proposals if you are involved in that. So next, please. BIO4A was selected under a topic call that was launched on 2017, enabling sustainable, I think it was enable production of advanced aviation biofuels, so very specific. This topic was directed for to proposals addressing the competitive production of jet fuel, biojet fuels, with high TRL level, TRL 7. That means that the demonstration of a prototype in an operational environment, and also seeking for proposals that would address the entire value chain of the jet fuel production, from the biomass feedstock management to its demonstration as a biofuel in aviation sector. Next, please. And in the case of BIO4A, why was it selected? Well, it was selected to receive a EU contribution of 10 million euro in grants, and mostly because of not only having a very sound methodology, of course, but also for addressing that entire logistic chain that we were requesting, for being beyond the state of the art in the use of used cooking oil as a feedstock for the production of the fuel, but also for proposing a technology pathway that would convincingly lead to that large-scale production of biofuel jet biofuel that we were looking for. And well, finally, it's been through this and its technology eco-fining. So next, please. So basically, that's what I wanted to present. I'm very happy to be here at this month 60 of implementation in BIO4A. Happy to see and listen about the achievements, but also about the challenges that you've been facing. And well, I want to take this opportunity, knowing that many of you are experts in the field, to remind you that in the European Commission, and more particularly in CINEA, we work with experts that participate in the evaluation of the proposals. We need your support. We're always happy to have you in our teams. So please have a look at the European Commission website and register your profile to participate as an expert. We'll be happy to call you and participate in these evaluations. With that, I just want to say thank you to all of you, and particularly to the BIO4A team.
Thank you for this message. Any comments or questions from the floor? If not, I think we can now move to the point, go to the point, and start listening about the overview of the BIO4A project and where we are today. So I would like to invite David Chiaramonti again, and let me just open your presentation. Intanto metto che sei qui. No, prima modalità. Allora, prima si mette questa così. Poi va sotto altro. Si nascondi. Esatto, controlli riunione mobile. Ritrovarli. Sì. Does it work? Parla, in pausa. Parla.
Farlo. Okay,
Okay.
of course. Thanks.
I can switch. I can scroll the slides, or if you prefer,
Oh,
try.
Okay.
If it works,
Okay.
doesn't work.
No. Okay. You switch. So thank you, Maurizio. Thanks, DG RTD and CINEA for the kind words, but particularly for having understood the complexity that we went through that project. We started with another oil major partners, then we had to switch to ENI that will give us an update in the following presentations. We also had an accident on the way that it was a problem the moment ENI entered the project. There was a fire in the refinery. So finally, we're going through that. This is the industrial component. One comment, as Maria said, this originated 2017. So it means we've been working the 2016. And today we can say that we anticipated many of the issues that today COREPER is discussing in the ReFuelEU Aviation, for instance. So actually the two basic points of this project, the industrial component, particularly the research component, perfectly fit in the current discussion, regulation and policy. Last but not least, the DG Clima work on carbon removal certification. This will be discussed this afternoon. So the project was focused on, for the industrial part, on adding capacity, because this was the scope of the call, to build additional capacity. Also, on this respect, as probably Luca or who's present for INAI will show, we have gone through a slightly different value chain from HEFA HVO and not from diesel HVO, which is a significant difference. And there has been also a distillation or a separation part of the kerosene that has been done in a new facility, renovated, and this is an innovation part of the project. The scope is to bring HEFA to full commercial scale with residual lipid. Used cooking oil was initially in the original proposal the main scope. After some years of discussions on the Annex 9 Part A, some other residual lipids came in, like tallow, and these are included in that project. The other component is to focus on EU met marginal land. BIO4A is part of a wider set of proposal and project. One is this one, the other is bike on low-ILUC feedstock. And the third one is TULIP, that in these days there's the meeting in Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, where Tommaso has been deployed the biochar in the airport land. And this comes from a study done by the leading scientific team was by Wageningen on the role that the land that is under control of the airport can play as regard decarbonization aviation. Just to give you a feeling, Amsterdam Schiphol is handling some 2,700 hectares of land, which is under a special type of regulation, so there is no land change in principle. Of course, balancing making a balance of the GAG. Okay, please go ahead. Just a big story, short story. ENI, the partner for the industrial part of the project, started long time ago to shift the industrial refineries from fossil to bio. This is the case of Venice, Porto Marghera refinery. ENI, of course, will give you more details than me if you're interested. After this, which was originally considered for this project, then please go ahead. The Gela refinery, biorefinery came in. Converting refinery to bio or to renewables in general is also very relevant from the social aspect, because thousands of people is employed in this kind of refinery. So there's an economic, technical, and social element in this conversion. The project is implemented in this kind of infrastructure. So full scale, non-segregated, as probably SkyNG would come to that, use of the fuel. In the project, 1,000 metric tons of HEFA have been produced in Gela from residual lipids. Of course, we are now talking of fully ASTM compliant fuel that will be used in passenger flights. I mean, it's not research, it's full commercial scale application. There's a distillation step from HVO naphtha to HEFA carried out in a revamped former distillation column in Livorno refinery. The value chain is fully demonstrated. The ship now will move to the Netherlands for blending and for use in the airport, and Sky will certainly give us more insight on that. For use at Schiphol Airport, there will be a very small demonstration thing also in Italy, in Rome, very likely. Offtake of the fuel are agreed with KLM. Please. The second part that will be discussed this afternoon is about feedstock production and how the new regulation, I particularly refer to RED II implementing regulation, the ESCA component, can be considered in this area. So in Spain, there are two different fields, north and south of Madrid, which has been treated, the land, the soil has been treated with compost and biochar and combination of this co-composted material. This has been done at the first year of the project, never touched in the following years, and rotations of camelina barley have been implemented there. So to demonstrate or to study the long-term effect from soil reconstitution on crop cultivation and rotations. Also, other activities that you will see this afternoon, like lysimeters, experiments have been completed, built and completed, and so on. So this part is fully addressing the current debate on the sustainability of the fuel. Please go ahead. And well, there was also a research part on the production of the biochar, on treating these residual lipids with alternative types of approach, like lipids pyrolysis, for instance, and hydrolysis and non-catalytic thermochemical research. But the important things comes next, please. That's what we will discuss this afternoon, is the ESCA component. This is a factor that has been introduced with RED 2 and determined with the implementing act of RED 2, implementing regulation. This is also part of the discussion in BIO. It refers to the carbon in soil. To my experience, I'm getting old, RED 2 is the first case of a directive dealing with energy that considered the soil and the carbon in the soil. So for me, it was a very strong message how the discussion should be on the value chain and not just on the technology. It's a wider approach that is the only way to find a solution for the sustainability of the feedstock. How you implement a variation in carbon in the soil is very complicated. It can be through agronomic models, sustainable rotations, for example, or by adding, with the case of biochar, or adding kind of carbon that is more labile and less permanent, like compost, for instance. So it's a set of things. This is also the discussion in the working group, in the expert group of DG Clima that is addressing this. I also remind the ETS is going to be revised from 26 on to consider these things. So I wouldn't be surprised that this kind of approach is becoming part of ETS in the near future. So it is impacting on a wide number of elements of the chain. Specifically for SAF, as I was said, today there is a discussion at COREPER in preparation of the trilogue that is being concluded. We work for the Italian government on this, so we are working on the files. I can just report that discussion is very, very intense on all the elements. But I'm gonna say the approach we are studying with BIO4A could be a way to provide sustainable feedstock by 2030. Because as Maria remarked, it took a long time to get to the 1,000 ton HEFA here. And we know a bit what's going on with the other major producers of HEFA around, I mean, not just in the project. So it takes time to bring research into full industrial scale dimension. And then, do not forget, you have to replicate hundreds of times this technology to reach the volumes. I mean, our consumption in Europe slightly decreased after the pandemic to, if I recall, something around 40 million ton oil equivalent, 37 or so. It was around 60 before Brexit, 67. It's comparable to maritime, roughly. So we need replication. So it's not sufficient that there's one case, but that we have many built. By 2030, it's to our view, from a technical point of view, let's say, we don't expect really a lot to happen beyond HEFA. 2050, it could be lignocellulosic, alcohol to jet, it could be other things. But if we look seriously to 2030, at that volume, HEFA is dominating. So since the technology is very very well developed, if I may say, different industrial companies working in the field. To deploy at a large scale, the real issue is on the value chain, on providing sustainable lipids to the refineries. That is the real bottleneck. Please go ahead and go into to conclude. I just want to remark one point, which is the research component of. It's not mean saying that compensation or offsetting is essential. I'll show you two examples from ICAO. This discussion is being held also in ICAO. We are trying to bring into the core LCA group the carbon removal, as it is in RED 2 implementing the same thing. If you look, this is the long-term scenario by ICAO, and there's never offsetting, complete offsetting. That's the most ambitious case. Probably this is the middle, the one in the middle probably could be the more likely to happen if policy support this. But in all the case, we reach, now you can't read, but it's some 83% greenhouse gas removal. So even in the most ambitious scenario, according to long-term aspirational goal of ICAO, still you reach 83%. And that's very optimistic. If you look to the other document previously done, please go ahead. You have to click sometimes. Still, ancora, grazie. One more. Grazie. This is again ICAO 2017, slightly earlier. And even if you substitute completely 100% conventional aviation fuel, you will get maximum 63%. In long-term aspirational goal, this number is 83. But in any case, you will have to compensate and to offset even if you implement such an ambitious program. So the two things must run in parallel: more sustainable lipids, more plants, and compensation. Another message that comes from the long-term aspirational goal, which I would like to bring to the attention of Commission and CINEA. ICAO, for the first time, at least for as far as I know, say that intersector C offsetting is needed. So it means that it's not just the reduction in the sector, in the aviation chain, is not sufficient. We need to implement intersector compensation offset. So it means that the industry producing the HEFA should cooperate with the agricultural part or the forestry part to add intersector removal. And that's a very important point, because so far ETS or ITSA stressed the importance of only removal in the sector and not between the sectors. This, in my opinion, is an unavoidable evolution of this policy. I think I'm going to conclude. Yeah, this is the latest, for your reference, the latest work by the DG Clima. That's the carbon removal group. That's the RED 2 implementing act. So what I am saying actually is written there. It's not just the opinion of a technical expert, but is already in the documents of the Commission. This will be a lot of work in the coming year. I think that just to conclude, my main bullet point is EASA, just to know where we are. EASA 2022 says that current supply is less than 0.05%. So let's try to be realistic where we are, where we want to go. These are the targets that are under discussion. These ranges are given because there are different positions between Parliament, Council, and Commission. So I try to report the range, not because. But you see another thing that we have observed also in past years. There's a strong acceleration in the last period. So it's ramping up at the end of the period, 2050. 2030 is quite achievable. Capacity needs to be expanded. We already say the supply chain is the key. A new value chain, to my opinion, should be brought to full commercial scale by 2030 to ramp up in after 2030. There are some open points, I will not enter into that, like book and claim, that are very important for the industry of the sector to facilitate the, flash, this seems to be quite agreed on ICAO. So again, European Union is part of the international aviation scenario, and if ICAO moves in the direction of book and claim, probably this is a strong argument also for us in Europe. I think this was the last slide. So thank you very much for your attention. Now we go into the technical details of the first industrial.
David, thank you. Thank you for connecting the dots between the industrial component, the research and the agricultural component, and the policy aspects. It's really, you really know how to put all together all the dots every time. Any questions? Yes, we have two. One for you. First, this gentleman here in this. Can you please state your name and affiliation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, David. And Pablo Mendoza. I'm from DG International Partnerships, European Commission. Thanks for the invitation as well. You know, we know each other for a few years. I have a question. Well, actually a few. First of all, the percentage of blending of these fuel. What is the percentage of blending that you can actually, you know, get into the network and that you can use in aviation? How scalable this is? I think obviously it's based on the information that you have there, but perhaps you can make a comment. And well, you already discussed about the sustainability of the fuel, but in terms of you know, investment on one of these pilot plants, what is more or less the range of investment of these pilot plants? And this is thinking about, you know, scaling this outside Europe as well. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Pablo. Nice to see you again after some time in person. Well, I will focus particularly on the last point. Regarding the blending, according to STM, different SAF, well, we are talking here about SAF blend components. All these chain are not SAF, are SAF blend components. If you follow the work done in the US and Europe with the cleaning house, the approach now is that different SAF blend components have different properties, and you will have to make a mix to. So in that specific case, the maximum blend limit is 20%. Sorry, 50%, excuse me. But I don't remember in that project, which is the percentage level we use. In the past, in Ithaca, it was 23%, if I recall. 44, oh, sorry, good. But in any case, it's up to 50%, and then it's to the airlines and the plane to decide how to use this. For other value chain, it can be much lower, even 10%. Regarding investment, I leave to give. In any case, all the advanced biofuels or these kind of plants are extremely expensive as a whole. I mean, it's a big investment. In that case, there is a difference, however, that was a motivation for the project. This was a conversion of existing refineries. It was not a new plant built from scratch in principle, but it was conversion of a fossil plant. Regarding last point, I strongly believe that for the supply chain cooperation is key. In the other project, which they're also partners, that is spike on low-ILUC feedstock, there is the cultivation of a number of oil crops, from castor to croton to cotton residues in Africa, in Kenya specifically. And we are also engaged in the assessment of the chain of the quantification of the greenhouse impact on that, and with Wageningen we're working. But I would also like to give a small information about Europe. If we're trying to implement the delegated act, which calls for severely degraded land. This refers to carbon in soil and other biological parameters, but it's not so clear to the people how big is the problem. If we take this 1.5% as threshold or soil organic carbon in soil, We have approximately 40% of the European agricultural land under this condition. It's enormous. So we have an issue with agriculture, we have an issue with soil, and energy can enable more sustainable agriculture with many different chains, the biogas, and right, the biofuel, from rotations, that there are many agricultural options. The same thing, however, applies to marginal land in sub-Saharan region, for example. It's the same thing. The problems with climate change is not geographically constrained. It's a problem for it. And agriculture and farmers are the first that really experience climate change impact. They feel already from quite some years. So it's really, really important that cooperation enable Europe to deliver sustainable materials for the fuel production, and not only for the fuels, for food, feed, and fuels. Here we have a rotation of camelina and barley, energy, food, and feed in rotation. It's a kind of reverse ILUC, because this land in Madrid, in the north-south of Madrid, would not produce food and feed. In that case, we are producing also barley, that is food and feed material. So it's keeping
yeah, interesting time. I think we have a couple of more questions here in the room. One is from Kyriakos. Teresa, can you? And then there was another one, right? Okay. No, we still have time.
Kyriakos Maniatis, former DG official. Thanks, David, for the very nice presentation. Two questions. You mentioned that indeed, for the moment, HEFA is the most realistic, the most advanced in everything. How do you think of co-processing pyrolysis oils in existing refineries? And secondly, how realistically do you think that the industry will be able to meet the targets that put, let's say, by the Commission by 2030 and 2025?
You can also reply from that speaker if you want. Huh?
Okay. Thanks for the question. No,
Yes, yes.
oh,
No.
okay. Yeah. Well, regarding the second question, very pragmatic way, I see difficulty. Well, the 2030 target for SAF are not, if I think to Italy, for instance, I think we can make it. We discussed with several major producers, and it's 2030 is doable, but afterwards it's really very, very unlikely if we don't start today to build a value chain. And if we don't bring at economic condition the alternative processing options from lignocellulosic, there's the hydrogen issue that is a very issue, extremely expensive today. So yes, you can technically demonstrate, but we have example of cases. One is in TULIPS project in which fuel cell running with hydrogen and methane are implemented, but once you have built the plant, then if hydrogen is not delivered at this competitive price to methane, that they will run with natural gas. So really, after 2030, my estimation is that it's very challenging to meet these figures, and even more the synthetic fuels figure. Regarding the other question was the pyrolysis oil co-processing. Yeah, we are now just addressing this because one big company asked this. You remember we discussed this in the ReFuelEU forum with the GNR. Still, the accounting of carbon in the co-processing is still open. I know JRC is still engaged in discussing with this on the delegated act. It would make a big difference how they conclude this, because the proposal, if I recall well, by the pyrolysis oil producers was to make an estimation, because it's 5% only, no? So probably a mass balance approach could be the best way, also because it's complicated at so small co-processing level, even with C14, to distinguish what is the biogenic carbon, what is not. I mean, it's too small. So the more pragmatic approach would be to say, okay, you add this, and we assume that up to this 5% or 2% probably by default, we consider this to be biogenic. If this goes through, I know there are producers that are willing to go that way, but this will make a difference to what I understand.
Think yes, we have the gentleman in the back, and then you. You would like to reply?
Please,
Okay, so please. So we take this remark, then last question, and then we make a break. I think we all need. Okay.
To your question.
Please state your
Yeah,
name.
my
and
name is
affiliation.
Nicola Dorazio. I work for ENI. So
Thank you.
It's the partner that is producing the. I think that one point that we are missing here is not just how we can achieve the target, if we can achieve the target in 2030. The problem for the investors, so the people that really put the money, is also that we don't have a clear picture of the mandate. Today is happening that we have a very good target trajectory, but in theory we have a segregated mandate for each member of state. Sometimes these targets are not even implemented. Last year, for example, there was a fine in a country, France, that the fine was even below the price of the biofuel. So no one is blending. And from here to here, you see a country that consumes maybe 1 million tons of biofuel and disappearing. This is something that hurts very much. So in this process, in this moment, is really need something from the European Commission to enforce, because there are several countries that are reducing the mandate today. Finland, Sweden tomorrow. This country value an average of 2 million tons. So this is an important question to do. I mean, if we ask, can we achieve this target? We also have to ask, are we sure that we have to fulfill this target? Otherwise, we are speaking about something that is difficult to realize, because as Davide was saying, we need to invest, we need to build a biorefinery, but we need also certainty about this.
Thank you.
And this has been largely discussed in ReFuel. A stable, clear policy, European-wide framework. The position of Italy on that respect is, you're absolutely right, Nicola, is exactly to go for European clear mandate that bind all the member states, but you're right.
The gentleman in the back again, please be concise, and then we take a break of 10 minutes.
David, thanks for your nice presentation. I have one question. What do you think about HEFA technology? Is it going to replace 100% sustainable aviation fuel?
Well, no, I mean, HEFA is limited to 50% because of aromatic content. So that's why I was referring to SAF blend components, which is the word used by the GE colleague in the clearinghouse always. So it will never be, in the current aviation technology as it is today, it will never substitute 100% conventional aviation fuel.
Problem with the shoot formation and all these things?
Yes, that's yes, indeed. In reality, there are different type of aromatics. I don't recall now by memory, sorry, but I have in my files. So not aromatics are the same. So there's work ongoing on some value chain that are not critical for high emissions of particulate in the atmosphere. But yes, indeed, I mean, the reason is related to that. But in any case, in the jet fuel, you have these aromatic components because it's needed by the engine to couch by the seals. So if it's not from the BIOS component, it will be from the fossil component because it's the engine requiring this. And it's unrealistic to expect that you change the air plants and the whole infrastructure in less than 40 years or so. Marta.
Thank you very much, Marta Hugo from Fuels Europe. So it's always a pleasure to hear you and exchange with you, David. So just one question. You touched upon the international dimension of all of this a number of times. So when you were mentioning the offsetting or the reference to Buchanan system, I would like to see your views on an additional element. What about the Inflation Reduction Act in the States? Oh. So how do you see the competitiveness like in Europe when discussing the support for SAF and all the investment that is required? Thank you.
You also touched a very important point that is frequently on spot in that period. If we want to be serious, I have to say that the US are more effective than Europe, simply because they are fast reacting, very determined. And for us, taking any decision and any action is a very long process of confrontation between the member state, the council, the parliament, and the commission. So they are very fast and we are very slow. And time also is a value. So if I answer your Inflation Reduction Act, they have a competitive advantage, but on many of these things, for example, I was with the E-Fuel Alliance, we were revisiting 6 months ago the Americans' position on direct air capture sequestration. They are already supporting with the tax credit this technology, even if I'm not a fan of this, but just to say that they take action and move and immediately provide an instrument. Here, that's on the discussion table, but I don't know when this will be implemented. So this means that investments will likely be diverted elsewhere. But again, it's nothing new. I mean, I look at Maria and Kyriakos. We have been discussing this for years, that another important point is to keep the investments of European companies in Europe. The conversion of Gela is very relevant. I don't recall the number of people, please correct me, but if I remember, it was some 3,000 people in Gela. Employees. So yeah, so if you convert this to a storage tank, it is a few hundred probably. So no need, well, it's necessary for me to remind also that the Green Deal has one element that is named no one left behind. It means that transition must be sustainable also from the socioeconomic point of view. So converting a refinery is a way to keep the workers, to keep the indirect jobs. So there are other impacts like Repsol did in Spain or Total is doing in France. So there are other elements beyond the environmental aspects that should be taken into consideration. But if you are too late, too slow, then the investors starts producing elsewhere. At international level, we represent 450 million, roughly, people. At global level, our weight is this. And when in ICAO, we talk to the Chinese, to the Indian, to the Saudi, okay, that's your position in Europe, but in the international dimension, they can do differently and they have the power to take decisions on that. So we must understand which is our role in the global level. We can be a driver, but our relative weight is this one. So it's a concern, Marta, I think, at this point.
Oh, we've already covered a lot of the final discussion. We were on time before this discussion. Now we are maybe a bit behind schedule, but it's fine. This is the part that is worth being here in person. But I would still like to call for a 10-minute break. I think we all need to stand up and refresh. For the participants in the room, please sign the participants list. For the participants online, which are still 80 people online, we will restart in 10 minutes sharp from now. Thank you. Let's restart, please. Take your seats.
No, presente. L'ho lanciata per... sì, infatti, metto in... Devo togliere il non mi va in schermo infinito. Questa PDF va in schermo infinito. Se vai a recuperare, a parte del piano. Sì, sì. No.
So thank you. Now we restart, and we restart with the industrial partner of the project, ENI. So I would like to invite Luca Sassi for his presentation on the full-scale industrial HVO-SAF production from waste feedstock. Luca, yes, it should work. Just talk, and I will scroll the presentation.
Okay.
Yes, it works.
Very loud. Good morning, everyone. I'm Luca Sassi from ENI, and we are the industrial partner of the project BIO4A. For us, if you can go to the next one. Just for who doesn't know ENI, ENI is a global energy company that was once known as a simple oil and gas company, while through the years has started a process of transformation for a just transition. And so together with our original activities in the oil and gas industry, we started more than a decade ago a transition towards biorefineries, renewable electricity development, etc., all worldwide. As you can see, we are distributed worldwide, and we strongly believe in what are the objectives of EU in terms of decarbonization and transition. And if we go to the next slide, here you can see what are our target in terms of GHG emission reduction. We firstly declared our targets in our 2020 strategy, and then we speed up with the process of decarbonization of our company. Our final target is 2050 in terms of net zero, to have a company that is net zero emission company. And then through the years, we introduced, obviously we are talking about total emissions, not only scope 1 and 2, for what we have a target for 2035 to reach the net zero on direct and indirect emissions, but also the scope 3 emissions, so also to decarbonize our fuels. As you can see, we have an ambitious target on 2030, reducing already 35% of our total emissions and 55% by 2035. 40% of this reduction will come from our downstream sector. So we will obtain it with the transformation of our traditional refineries into biorefineries and increasing our capacity of renewable electricity. We can move to the next one. And to do this, we think that there is not only one way. We are following an holistic approach. There is not a solution, but there are several solutions that better fit with the environmental and external characteristics, and with the what is the business, the aim that we want to pursue. So for what concern giving into depth into what is the aim of the BIO4A project, you can see here our any biofuel technology, the eco-fining technology. That is a technology that permit to transform vegetable oils, waste oil and fats, and advanced feedstock into biofuels that are absolutely, from a chemical point of view, equal to fossil fuels. This is different, for example, from FAME, that contains oxygen and has big issues in terms of blending, and from also a quality point of view, considering that there can be some problems in terms of bacteria, colonies, creation, etc., etc. Our first refinery to be converted was Venice in 2014, and then followed by Gela Refinery in 2019, for a total capacity currently of 1.1 million tons. The products of our biorefinery are HVO LPG, HVO naphtha, and HVO diesel, and now also HVO HEFA or biojet, or I don't know. On this term, there is a lot of confusion because everybody calls it in a different way, or as said by David before, SAF biocomponent. So probably this is the best definition for what concerns SAF. The eco-fining technology is based on two stages. But well, there is a pretreatment that is necessary to have the feedstock with the characteristics from a chemical and physical point of view, good to be fed to the plant. So there is a pretreatment that removes gums or makes bleaching. It's something that is usual in all the feed industry. There's nothing is a state-of-art technology, so it's nothing new. But the eco-fining technology is the one that E&I developed together with UOP, and is based on a two-stage technology. The first one, this is an hydrogenation, or better, a deoxygenation through hydrogen that allow to remove the oxygen in the vegetable oils and in the feedstocks. The second one is an isomerization that redesigned the molecules in order to be used as fuels. But I'm not only interested in show you the process, but also to make a little view in depth on the biofeedstocks, because you read the vegetable oils. I want to point out that these are not vegetable oils in competition with feed and food. We still have a limited feedstock that are feed and food vegetables, but that we are thinking, we are working to change with low-ILUC vegetable oils. We have a lot of projects in development in sub-Saharan Africa to produce on abandoned and degraded land or as cover crops with the main harvest to produce cotton oil, cottonseed oil, and castor oil, and also brassica oil, in order to securitize our feedstock availability and to move on something that doesn't affect strongly the environment as the feed and food biofeedstock. And obviously there is also the third generation feedstock, that is the advanced feedstock that are represented in Annex 9 Part A of the RED 2. So in the future, we are counting to have a low-ILUC vegetable oils to supply to our biorefineries of at least 35% of the total feedstock. Then I would like also to add that currently our throughput is 1.1 million tons, but we have just signed the acquisition of 50% in Chalmette biorefinery together with PBF in Louisiana, with startup foreseen planned within first half of 2023. And we are studying together with Petronas the development of a biorefinery in Southeast Asia. So as you can see, our saving in terms of carbon emissions is up to 80%, considering obviously the waste and residues part of our feedstocks, and it can be used up to 100%. In fact, in Italy, this year was established a new target in terms of pure HVO use in the transport sector. For this year, target is 300 ktons. And it is important because starting from Euro 6 and some kind of Euro 5 diesel engines, they can use 100% HVO without any change or modification to the engine. And on our petrol station now there is the HVolution that is 100% biofuel. And as already said by David, the biojet that we are producing can be blended up to to 50% in conventional plants. Now let's move to what we have done for BIO4A project, because we entered in BIO4A project at mid 2021. So more or less at the end of the quite close to the end of the project. So we have to hurry up to substitute Total in the production target. And as you can see, as it is recast actually by the airlines companies, we produced HEFA, biojet, from animal fat, even if it is possible also from UCO, but it's only a matter of the refinery that we used, because Gela refinery that is on an isle, it is more difficult to bring there the UCO, especially the regenerated UCO, because obviously we the UCO from outside the European Union need to be regenerated. You need to make the end of waste, and so this is a little bit more difficult in Gela. Gela refinery produces, as we said, HVO LPG, HVO naphtha, and HVO diesel. We are realizing we have an important development project in place to produce HEFA from diesel, but obviously it takes time. You don't build a new plant in 1 year and a half. It's not possible, because there is not only the operative side, but it also the permitting side, that in Italy is extremely challenging. So we identified on our traditional refinery of Livorno another column for the stabilization of naphtha. And so we changed the operative conditions at Gela to increase the production of HVO naphtha, that is with the standard standard condition is around 2%, up to 9%, increasing the quantity of HEFA that then can be distilled in Livorno refinery. So instead of producing biojet HEFA from HVO diesel, we produce HEFA from HVO naphtha, and it represents a further flexibility, a new pathway to produce biojet. We have a yield of about 30%, and so we produce HVO naphtha, so-called long cut, because its final boiling point is higher, and then we through a cabotage we deliver it to Livorno, where through the distillation column we obtain HEFA and residual HVO naphtha that can be blended in gasoline to target our biofuel targets in Italy. And this is what we made in a very few time, considering that we entered the project in 2021 and the column, the distillation column, was not yet ready. It has been ready starting from September 2022. So it's a brand new production. We produced the 1 KT asked for the project at the end of November 2022. And now if we move to the next slide, as you can see, the vessel to transport the HEFA to Amsterdam for the blending activities is currently on Livorno, and it is written uploading HEFA in Livorno. It's a wish because they are completing some analysis, and in the afternoon they should start the uploading, the final uploading of the HEFA. So the important is that we don't create brand new refineries, abandoning our assets. We are transforming our traditional assets into giving new life to our traditional assets and preserving also employment and all the activities that are related to our refineries activities. Because for ENI, we always have to follow 3 pillars in terms of sustainability. Economic, for sure, because we're a company. Environmental, that is what is our polar star for the just transition, and social sustainability, because we also have to keep in mind that when we see at the transformation, the reduction of emissions, we also have to keep in mind that there are people that are working, and we have to preserve their jobs and their places. So if we can move to the last one, just a glimpse of what is our roadmap for HEFA/SAF production. Our very first production on HEFA was of SAF production was made in Taranto through a co-processing, but with a very, very small bio component of 0.5%. Then in the fourth quarter 2022, we produced bio-naphtha from the fractionation in Livorno, and then in the short medium term, we're going to increase our biojet production to 150 ktons in Gela starting from 2024, but we are planning also to produce SAF in Venice. And our transition through the conversion of traditional refineries in biorefineries is continuing, because we have a target of biorefining capacity of more than 3 million tons by 2025, and of 5 million tons, over than 5 million tons by 2030. And obviously, our target at 2030 is the production of at least 500,000 KT of HEFA. So I've finished.
Thank you, Luca. We have time for one quick question or reaction. Luke. Again, the presentations, we are a bit tight on schedule now, so no, this was the first, was important to contextualize and
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Thanks, it's great initiatives that you're taking. I was wondering, in the process, what's the balance between diesel and biojet? So how far can you go with biojets? And how much diesel is?
We could reach more than 50% we can reach more than 50% of our production according to how they are realizing the plant. But obviously, our target is based also on what are our expectations on the market demand. So 150 KT is obviously a reference or according to what are our what we foresee for the market in 2024 in terms of absorption.
Thank you. One very quick remark. Maria, just a second. Maria here. Okay.
Hello, it's Bruno from Karloven. Thank you for the nice presentation. I have just a curiosity because you mentioned that the process of conversion from the feedstock to the SAF blending components, it's a two-step process of deoxygenation and isomerization.
Yeah.
But this, if we have a closer look to the feedstock, should lead to the production of linear hydrocarbons. But if we have a look at the jet fuel in general, they are composed also of cyclic hydrocarbons. Do you think that from your feedstock and with this process, you can produce also cyclic hydrocarbons, or in like envisioning this integrated biorefinery and integrated process, you are also interested in future maybe to implement other process, other feedstock for the production of cyclic hydrocarbons like aromatics and cycloalkanes?
Just to be sure that I correctly understood. But when you talk about cyclic hydrocarbons, are you talking of aromatics or are you talking of aliphatics cyclic? Aromatics are not used obviously by our technology because obviously the feedstock doesn't have aromatics, and in the process they're not created. So also, yeah, I recall what David said. The aromatic component up to now comes from the fossil fuel. So at this stage, we are not thinking of producing a bioaromatic, or better, we are thinking about it, but we are not at the stage of the development that allows us to give you a date on when we will reach this production.
There was one question or remark from
aromatics, I think, will come from the blends anyway. And now I would like to react into the fact that I find it very interesting to produce at the same site both HVO and HEFA, because this allows less competition between the road and the aviation sector producers, and it allows adjusting to the market demand. So it is more interesting also for the company. And I think Eni did a quite a big effort in adopting to the new conditions, and it's important to have these oil majors understanding and helping to decarbonization through such initiatives, because that will kick off the real production. And the topic actually wanted to show the involvement of big industry in order to facilitate the transition to the clean fuels. Now, a question on that: can you also produce heavy bio fuel, what can I say, like heavy fuel oil for maritime purposes in the distillery? Are you going to?
Not at the moment, because the length of the chains doesn't allow us to produce heavier cuts. But what we believe, and we signed an MOU with an Italian company, is that maybe on the maritime sector, it is easier to switch from heavy fossil fuels to biomethanol as an alternative, because it's very difficult considering what are the starting point in terms of feedstock produce a bio heavy oil. In reality, we had at a very early stage in terms of TRL some studies to produce it from urban waste, but the yield is still too low, and from an economic point of view, we have to go into that to understand also to improve the process. But at the moment, we are not looking at the possibility to produce a bio heavy fuel.
Thank you. I'm afraid.
What's?
You have. Yes. we need to. I'm afraid we need to.
Just to complete. I mean, even if we are not producing extreme dedicated, our HVO that we are producing now is already fit for bunkering, and a lot of
as a gas oil
are using
as a gas oil.
Exactly. So I mean, now we don't see the purposes of doing a specific oil.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca.
No, obviously, because this is in competition with transport application, switching to the maritime, the DHVO diesel, obviously it's a diesel, so it's good also for the maritime sector.
Good. So as we are now a bit tight on the schedule, I would like to thank you again and introduce. I understand that there is another. Do you think you can keep this during the networking lunch? Oh, yeah. Okay, so please, last one. In the end, this is why we have in-person meetings. So,
sorry, it's going to be really quick.
Lunch a bit.
Beata Kusheva from DG Klima. I have a quick question on the feedstock, because you noted also animal fats, so that would not be the advanced biofuel, right? Exactly. So I was just wondering on the percentages, how much of the biofuel you would be making, it would be advanced, or like between the part A and part B?
But currently, more or less 40% of our production is from advanced, but may I be wrong? I have to check, but from what I remember, more or less 40%.
Thank you. Sorry for pushing you a bit, just keep the schedule. Okay, now we have one remote speaker, which is Damiano Stefanucci from the record headquarters in Tuscany. Damiano, are you there? I will launch your presentation now. And I will scroll the slides for you, okay?
Okay. Oh, I cannot see.
Not yet, not
Okay.
yet. Now, just a second. Put it in full mode. Just a second, hold on. Now it should be okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I present myself. I'm Damiano Stefanucci. I'm an agro-environmental biotechnologist from Record. And today I present you a market review about lipid waste feedstock. So next one, please. So briefly in this presentation, I'm going to introduce the sustainable fuels with a brief focus on the RED 2 and in particular on the Annex 9 that defines and classifies the biofuels and regulates the use of feedstock for biofuel production. And then I will present the market review based on available data and focusing on UCOs and animal fats in terms of forecast volume and demand. So next one, please. The aviation sector in 2018 accounted for about the 2.5% of CO2 global emission, which correspond to about 920 million tons. And these emissions mainly come from passenger flights, and in particular, international flights. So the ICAO recognizes the urgency on the use of sustainable fuels for this sector, in particular the so-called sustainable aviation fuels, which represent the alternative to fossil fuel, with the aim of reducing air pollution. And different certification systems are in general available to provide an objective way to track the sustainability of these fuels throughout their product life cycle. And next one, please. So the RED II set a new overall European target for renewable energy consumption by 2030, and including sub-target for the transport sector. And this target, of course, can be achieved also by means of biofuels, which are defined as liquid or gaseous fuel for transport produced from biomass. And they can be categorized according to the feedstock from which they are made in conventional and advanced biofuels. Conventional biofuels, which represent the great majority of biofuels produced, are defined by the European Parliamentary Research Service as biofuels derived from crops, which can be used also for food and feed. And here are presented the four main cultivated crops for this purpose. On the other hand, the advanced biofuels derived from waste and agricultural residues or non-food crops. In order to minimize the food versus fuel concern, which occur when conventional biofuels are produced. The feedstock for advanced biofuels production are listed in the Part A of the Annex 9 of the RED II, and they are subjected to gradually increasing sub-target for biofuel production. And member states can double count advanced biofuels toward the RED II targets. On the other hand, other non-feed or food competing biofuels, which can also be double counted, are listed in Part B of the Annex 9, and they are represented by used cooking oils and animal fats. And they are kept at 1.7% in 2030, and they are not eligible towards advanced biofuels obligation. Since that this directive is under revision at the moment, the presented value are just, we can see a snapshot of the actual situation, and are likely to change in the next weeks, months, with the drafting of the oncoming RED III. Next slide, please. So in general, UCO are defined as oil and fats that have been used for cooking or frying in the food process industry or at consumer level. The main difference between these two sectors in Europe is the readiness level of the collection system, which has reached a good level in professional sector, collecting in 2022 more than 80% of the production, while concerning the domestic sector, it is at its early beginning, considering that on average, about the 95% of the produced UCO in Europe had the potential to be collected, but they are not. Animal fats are fats from slaughtered animals that are rendered into a variety of products, and they can be classified according to their suitability for human and animal consumption in category 1, 2, and 3. and according to their harmfulness towards humans and animals, of course, in high and low risk. In part B of the Annex 9, category 1 and 2 are considered as suitable to produce biofuels, amongst, of course, many other applications. Next slide, please. So about the market, in this slide, I present information regarding vegetable oils and animal fats in terms of production volume, since they are actually the most used at the moment, the most used feedstock for biofuel production. According to the Oil World Report, both production and consumption at global level of vegetable oils increased in 2021 in comparison with 2020, and they were expected to further increase in 2022. To note, the 30% of global vegetable oil production and consumption for every applications is referred to palm oil, and the 18% of the global consumption of vegetable oils is aimed to the production of lipid-based biofuels. Moreover, two main events had a huge impact on the market, and in this slide is presented the COVID pandemic influence in overall widening the gap between demand and supply of vegetable oils, leading to about 12.5% decrease on global market growth. Next slide, please. Nevertheless, according to available reports and literature, they provide growing projection for both UCO and animal fats global market. In particular, UCOs are expected to grow by a growth rate equal to about 6% in a forecast period of about 4 or 5 years, and Europe is expected to have the highest share in this market. Biodiesel is expected to be the most involved application for UCO, obtained mostly from the commercial sector, of course. Animal fats, also the market of animal fats is expected to grow with almost the same rate, but in this case, Asia Pacific is expected to dominate, especially the lard market, while the North America, the tallow market. In Europe, Germany should be the most dominating country. Obviously, such predictions are strongly influenced by the oncoming international and national policy decision. Next slide, please. So UCO and animal fats availability in terms of volume depends on agricultural commodities trends, whose demand is expected to grow considering the increasing population and the well-being. But on the other hand, last year's event had negatively impacted the supply and consequently increased the price. This has led to an increase in both import and export prices in Europe, especially regarding the animal fats and the palm oil import. And this is according to Faustat database. Nevertheless, in the last years, the utilization of lipidic wastes for sustainable fuels production is increasing, especially regarding UCOs. And this to fulfill the increasing European production and consumption of this kind of fuel, despite you can see a slight decrease corresponding to the main historical negative events in 2021 mostly. And last slide, please. And in conclusion, we can say that while the general fuel demand in Europe is expected to be growing, also the biofuel demand seems to be increasing its share to comply with the regulation regarding also the greenhouse gases neutrality. The HVOs in particular are expected to play an important role by increasing their use by 64% in 2030 compared to 2017, leading to a 52% increase in the use of UCOs for their production, of course, compared to the same period. And lastly, the use of waste feedstock listed in Part B of Annex 9, so UCOs and animal fats, is forecast to be equal to 3.9 million tons of oil equivalent in 2030. And thanks for your attention.
So in the interest of time, I would continue with these market-focused presentations, and then maybe we keep the questions for the end of this session. And so I thank Damiano again. I would like to invite Oscar Meyering from Sky Energy. Just a second.
Very good. Does it work?
No. What's wrong? Just a second.
All good.
Mi aiuti per favore. Devo condividere. Need to share the screen.
Everyone close their eyes.
It's just that we didn't share the screen, otherwise
No worries.
Now I share again this one. Sorry for this inconvenience. Let me put it in full mode. Okay.
Perfect. Yes, great. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Oscar Meyering. I'm heading the Future Fuels team at Sky Energy. Next slide, please. So just very quickly, we are a couple things. We are part of the sustainable aviation fuel industry and have been for the past 13 years already, and are doing a number of things in general. So we're buying and selling fuel, typical Dutch company, trading a product, but also developing our own production capacity. And in this role, we had basically two roles, which I'll focus on. One of them today in this presentation. One is the downstream supply chain from any facility to Amsterdam, and then the blending and delivering of the fuel to the airline, but also the market intelligence, or at least the market outlook development of the HEFA space and the sustainable aviation fuel market in general. And I'll focus on the last bit. So if we can do the next slide, please. So this is something we've also seen this morning already in one way or another. It's basically what we call the wedge in aviation. We see that the market for aviation is still growing, potentially not in Europe, but in general, it will definitely be still growing in developing countries. And for that, at the same time, we also have a net zero commitment by 2050. So to achieve that, there's a couple of things you can do: more efficient aircraft, more efficient operation, a new aircraft, potentially new propulsion technologies. I think Michel will say something about that in the next presentation. But a large chunk of those emissions need to be reduced by the use of sustainable aviation fuel. Next slide, please. We always like to divide sustainable aviation fuel under feedstock. We've already seen Annex 9, Part A, Part B, but I like to do a little bit further zoom out into three categories. So you've got the oils and fats, basically the HEFA, or the feedstock that is able to be converted with the HEFA technology or co-processing. And then you have the solid biomass, so let's say the cellulosic type feedstock, and then finally the power to liquid technologies. For the first one, that's the technology that's ready today. You can order a technology, you can buy a license from UOP, Topsoe, others, and build that refinery complex. For the other two feedstocks and accompany technologies, it's a little bit harder still. So for biomass, and we see a number of things like gasification, Fischer-Tropsch, but also alcohol to jet technologies. We hopefully see some real proof points this year. But we also still see a lot of challenges in these technologies, especially gasification and Fischer-Tropsch combination. For power to liquids, it's a little bit further. We expect more at the end of this decade, the first real proof points. That has not to do with the back-end technology, because in principle, you can use Fischer-Tropsch or even alcohol to jet for that, but more the front end being how can you capture CO2 from the right source, and obviously hydrogen and the renewable electricity for that. Next slide, please. So we'll dive into Europe, but I wanted to sketch the market a little bit higher level first. So you see two big areas developing on the sustainable aviation fuel market. That's the US and that's Europe, all based on policy, or mostly based on policy. And you see a number of numbers or volumes in that market, but you also see that the other regions in the world are also slowly developing and catching up. And what is an interesting element is the voluntary market. So we see a lot of driven markets from policy at first, but we also see a lot of voluntary commitments by some of the airlines. And especially during COVID, we saw some of the more cargo carriers being quite heavily involved with large targets, like DHL with a 30% target in 2030, which is a lot higher than the targets you see in policy these days. That has mainly to do with the fact that over COVID, obviously the cargo carriers were a lot better positioned than the whole passenger aircraft, because that was completely down at some point. Next point, please. Then diving into Europe, this is the main analysis that we did last year as part of the BIO4A project as well, where we assessed the numbers and the percentages that we've seen this morning already by Ms. Eva from the Commission. And we translated the percentages into volumetric numbers. So you need to do a couple of assumptions to do so. What we basically did was we took the 2019 numbers pre-COVID and basically assumed that the amount of fuel we need is constant over time. So you basically see that we take the 2019 numbers all the way to 2050. So basically compensating the growth for more efficient use. There's a lot to have an opinion on that, but that's the assumption we took. If you then put on the percentages, you see this graph, or this graph is created, and the dark blue, or the dark green, I should say, and the light green are the main percentages that we've seen today. So the advanced bio target and the PTL target. The gray area is the UK mandate we also included, and the blue area is basically the ambition of some of the member states to do a bit more. So for example, the Netherlands has stated a ambition of 14%. That's still all of this is under negotiation today, and hopefully we can next week or the weeks after have an update of this. So you come to about 40 million tons. Next slide. Then we did an analysis. Okay, if you have that 40 million tons, how will that be filled in? And it's a constantly fluctuating picture. So it's an analysis that we did in two steps. One is up till 2030. We assessed the amount of projects announced by, for example, Eni, our own projects, but also Total, Shell, Nestle, of course, all projects in development. That's basically the numbers that you see until 2030. And then after 2030, we did a modeling exercise of how can we fill in the other numbers and the rest of that volume. And we basically divided in 4 pathways. Again, power to liquids, alcohol to jet gasification, FT, and HEFA. And there's a couple things. There's one thing we know for sure, that it's not going to be exactly like this, right? It's still a modeling exercise. But one important element is that we expect that HVO-HEFA is eventually kept because of the feedstock constraint. So we need to do a lot of work to hopefully make that bar a little bit bigger with alternative feedstocks that are sustainably produced, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa. Cover cropping, all very important elements, but we still expect that there is some cap at some point that we can reach. So there's a lot of demand coming from these advanced bio-based targets. And then we selected these two technologies, but you can also see pyrolysis, HTL, other technologies that could potentially fill in that target. And then a third element that you should take away from this slide is that we expect that until 2030 we can reach, but from 2030 till 2040, it's quite ambitious and steep targets that we likely rely on imports. Next slide, please. This is just a slide to showcase what the rest of the world is doing. So what if we have that target EU UK that we just watched, that's the gray area on the left slide. And then you add the targets from the United States under their ambitious targets. And then what is still left to achieve net zero. So you see that even though the European Union and also the US have very ambitious targets, reaching and probably needing over 750 new facilities, we still have a very big chunk to do the rest of the world and achieve that net zero target. All to say, even if you looked at the previous slide, you saw that the 2030 till 2040 was very ambitious and a steep growth curve. We need a lot steeper growth curve to do the rest of the world. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think that's already the last slide. So the main takeaways from this analysis, and you can download it from our website. It's free available. It's, I think, 100 pages or so with all the assumptions and methodology behind. But the key takeaways is that it's taking off rapidly, both in the main jurisdictions, US and Europe. And I'm personally a little bit less skeptical about the IRA or the competition with the IRA. I think that the piece of legislation created in this place is already very strong and also a lot more long-term than the IRA that is today. So for today's, okay, of course, €4 per kilogram of hydrogen is great. But if you start today with developing, you're not operational in 7 years from now or 6 years from now, who knows whether that still exists, right? With this piece of legislation, it's at least certain that we have these targets and have that market in sight. Also, 2030 targets are realistic. We believe we can achieve those. After that, we need new technologies and new feedstocks to be able to fulfill the targets. We don't have the luxury to exclude any feedstocks if we can do them sustainably. And that's often a difficult discussion that we've already seen this morning around what is sustainable, what's not sustainable, a list that is used, or real LCA values. That will continue to be a discussion for the years to come, I believe. And then I think finally, very important, PTL will play a major role, but will play a major role additionally to some of these other pathways. I think that was it. Quick presentation.
Thank you, Oscar. Any very quick reactions to this presentation? If not, then I invite you to continue the discussion with Oscar during the lunch break that we will have soon. And don't be scared, we still have 3 more presentations, but they are quite, they are shorter than this. So I would like to invite first Michelle Samson from RTH Schiphol to introduce the TULIPS project, and then Marta Hugo from Fuels Europe and Sergio Alegre from Apple Regional Council. We should be able to have our lunch break, not on time as the agenda, but still during lunchtime. Okay, let me share your presentation. Just a second. Okay. Let me put it in full mode. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon. I'm honored to be here today. My name is Michelle Samson, and I'm head of strategy and sustainability of Rotterdam The Hague Airport, part of the Royal Schiphol Group. So Rotterdam is one of the smallest airport in the Netherlands. I'm here to tell you more about TULIPS. TULIPS is an EU-funded project, and Oscar and David are both part of it. So happy to see you here today. So our goal is demonstrating lower polluting solutions for sustainable airports across Europe. And if you somewhere in all those letters, you can find the word tulips, but there is absolutely no link. So tulips is just the most iconic Dutch flower there is. And of course, the name is founded by a non-Dutch person. So I hope you can now always remember tulips. Next slide, please. So it's really small, but just to give you an idea about all the consortium. So we consist of 29 organizations across 11 countries, and all the demonstrations are located around a few airports. Rotterdam Airport and Amsterdam Airport, both in the Netherlands, Avinor in Norway, Hermes Airport in Cyprus, and Torino Airport in Italy. And yes, if you click there, yes. So this is the backbone of the consortium. So in the next 3 to 4 years, we have 17 demonstrations around those 7 work packages. And to give you a brief idea about what we're going to do is then the first one, we're going to investigate the sustainable intermodal transport connection. And that's about the landside accessibility of airports. So we're looking at the commuter traffic, truck traffic from cargo, but also passenger traffic as well. And we also try to stimulate a shift from plane to train. In the second work package, we investigate the energy supply of future aircraft modes, so making airports ready for electric battery planes and hydrogen as well. In the third work package, I'll continue talking. Or yes, thank you. So in the third work package, it's about the smart airport energy hub. And if you could imagine, if all the ground support equipment is battery based or hydrogen, that will have a big impact on the grid. And the energy is, of course, key for airports. So we need to make that more resilient and smart if we don't want to have really high investments as well. The fourth work package is a zero emission airside operation, and that's about all the hard to abate tow tractors and all the hard to abate big equipment. Work package 5 is scaling up the soft market, and that's I will tell you more about that one because I think you're particularly interested in that work package as well. In work package 6, we are aiming for circular airports, and the goal is to have a zero waste airport. And here we're looking at the passenger waste, but also manufacturing and building waste of airports. So the asphalt and concrete, and last but not least, the green air and land. And this is, of course, one where David is also involved as well. But we are looking at the air quality, but also how nature-based solutions can have a way in soil, for example, capturing carbon as well. If you click, then you see all the supporting work packages. And that's about the performance monitoring and economic data collection. So we will start, of course, making a baseline and setting KPIs. The upscaling, we will think about that. And in a few other work package, we will formulate the roadmaps. So what if all these demonstrations are successfully, what will happen if we make that bigger to all the airports in Europe, and of course, dissemination and communication. So we share this knowledge, and in project management, it's of course about the interfaces, and especially the work package 2, 3, and 4 are interconnected and have a lot of interfaces as well. What I like most about the TULIPS project is that it is the whole value chain of an airport. So it's from the land side, terminal to air side, and all there we tackle all the sustainability challenges. Next slide, please. So to give you a bit of an overview of the demonstrations that we are working on, in the first about the intermodal services, all about data. So we are trying to predict and to change the behavior of the passenger so that we can avoid traffic jams, but also try to stimulate them in making different choices into a greener model shift. We're also aiming for an increase of 15% for the green electric truck trafficking, and the commuter trafficking, because of an airport as a size as Schiphol has 65,000 employees. So they come to work on a daily basis. For the energy supply of an aircraft, we are doing some demonstrations about unattended charging, saving all the personal hours if we are having battery charging planes. We also do a demonstration with a modeling charging system. So what will happen if there are more electric planes? What will happen to the grid of an airport? And we will do a real demonstration with a hydrogen flight. We will start with a drone, but it's more about the safety assessment, the permits, getting everything ready so that we can store and facilitate hydrogen on site of an airport. For the smart energy hub, we are doing a demonstration to generate energy on site, store it, and then directly supply it to the ground equipment. And there will always also be an heat storage system with an existing infrastructure, in this case, a hotel. For the zero emission airside operation, we will do a demonstration with a hydrogen tow tractor. And the idea is that there is a completely turnaround with no refueling and exactly at the same way as is done today by a fossil driven tow tractor. And it will be a hydrogen ground power unit, but then the bigger one for a wide body. Both we're looking at an A380 or a 777. So these are the main challenges for the infrastructure and the equipment on the air side. For the SAF infrastructure, we're setting up an AU clearinghouse, and we're doing surveys to investigate what SAF incentives are possible, but also what incentives can airports do to stimulate and scale up the SAF market. For circular airports, we're looking at the passenger side, so we will mapping all the data and understand the behavior so we can reduce the waste per passenger and eliminate it out of the system. But also for the building, we're trying to make a circular building tool and where you can design for disassembly and use material passports to finally make circular buildings possible. And last but not least, the green air and land, we will do a we will measure the ultrafine particles on air side and do a demonstration with ionized mist. And after that, we will measure again if there is a possible or there is a positive impact. This one is particularly important, of course, for the well-being of personnel on air side. And for the other one for the land is with Biochar, and that's the nature-based solution. Next slide, please. So for SAF, this is, I think, roughly the value chain from production, logistic, blending, and then delivering. And then at the end, you are at the airport. So I think it's really important that we think about all the techniques and the feedstocks. And yes, I know there is probably not enough, but today we see it as an airport a role to stimulate, incentivize the airport, make the passengers aware that it is going to be probably more expensive and that you need to pay for it. So that's what we see in our role. Also, the Olga and Stargate, they're the two other sister EU fund projects. I think it's good to say that we collaborate a lot and that we work together, and in all the different steps we have other approaches to scale up this. And for us, it's, I mean, we are there has been delivering this year, I think 20,000 tons of SAF to Schiphol. So what we're trying to do in this project is to get it real on a daily basis in the common system. So not a few batches. So the pilot phase is over. We need to really structural blend it in and make sure that it is in the system. And next slide, please. Last but not least, we're also looking further to new technologies because, of course, Airbus has pronounced that they probably working on a hydrogen plane. And we as an airport want to be ready for that. We have no idea what type of battery or hydrogen will be the future, but we know that as infrastructure companies, we need to look more than 20, 30 years ahead, and we need to be ready for that. So these are the demonstration. The first one is by the TULIPS program. The other ones are at Rotterdam The Hague Airport and part of the Schiphol roadmap. So the first one is really easy actually, because it's an existing drone. It's already flown in the Netherlands, but for us it's important we're now getting the permits ready so that we have the storage and the refueling on air side. And basically we're trying to scale it up. So we start small with the drone, and that's only about the safety and the permits and the storage. Then Aero Delft, that's a Dutch Delft startup. We will do a taxi test, and that's both with gaseous hydrogen in 2024 and hopefully later on with liquid hydrogen, but that will stay underground. So we will just drive at the airport, at the taxiway, and we do kind of a demo how to fuel and how does it work. I mean, everything will change if we shift from fossil fuel to, for example, a different energy source like hydrogen. The next step is the NLR. They already have the Pipistrel Velis Electro. That's the first EASA certified plane, which is based at Rotterdam. And they're now making a fuel cell, and it's more kind of a range extender. So now the Pipistrel can fly, I think, 40 minutes. So that's not that far. And with the hydrogen, we can extend the range and do more tests with it. Then the next one is the Cessna Skymaster. The TU Delft is, and that will be a hybrid plane. So it has two engines, and one will be hydrogen combustion. So that will be also a new energy source for us, where we can also see what the impact on sustainability is, for example. And then the Zero Avia. For that, it's more important to find out how the powertrain works, and we are in a bigger consortium with them also about the green supply of hydrogen from the port in the backland of the Netherlands, and they will have a retrofitted Dornier 2028, and that one is actually the one where it gets different also from a business case perspective. And the last one that we're now in negotiation with, so the Conscious, they are having a -8, and that's actually the first aircraft where we see a commercial perspective. And I think it's nice to know that that the manufacturing in Canada already announced that if this is a viable technical solution, they might restart the production process. So we see a lot happening, and yes, they're small, but the pace that we're now getting all the research and all the demonstrations, it's really fun, and we learn a lot. So we're not there yet, but this is the coming years, and probably this slide will change very soon. But these are the projects that we're heading towards, and that was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, and we look forward to the first results of the TULIPS project. Any quick reactions on this, Maria?
Is what is a fuel cell based on hydrogen? Fuel cell hydrogen plane. What is it? This is it. This is it. And the last one is what? Combustion. Also fuel cell. Okay. And from what I understand here, the only SAF you're looking at is hydrogen.
Sorry, you can speak.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we believe there's no silver bullet. So we need, for the current planes, we need SAFs to make it sustainable. But if we look ahead, we need new energy sources like battery and hydrogen. So we have on both projects. So for SAF, I think, especially because it's coming to market, it's now for an airport to get it in the system. And the rest, of course, there's a lot of research that need to be done, but for us, it's we are looking, further than that. From Schiphol perspective, 80% of the flights will be on SAF. From a regional airport perspective, it's really different. So for example, within the range of all the destinations from Rotterdam The Hague Airport, so that's between 2,000, 3,000 nautical miles, hydrogen might be a viable solution. Again, we also have 2/3 of all the air traffic movements from Rotterdam The Hague might be battery based because they are within the scale of 1,000 kilometers. So we actually see per airport, and that is within the Schiphol group, we have very different airports. We see a different energy source that might be the most dominant, but again, we don't know. So we are getting ready for everything. The battery base is actually, I think, the most challenging for an airport perspective because we have no clue how to power that all. But again, that is the first that is actually completely zero emission, to be honest. So for hydrogen, there are still a lot of challenges, and we see the SAFs as the transition fuel, which is the most important in the coming decades. But the infrastructure, we built that for 50 to 100 years. So that's why we look ahead, but we have no clue what it will be, and that's why we test everything.
Another clarification, if I may. There was one slide I saw SAF for production. Do you have any type of production of SAF into the project, or you just assume that the supply will be there?
Yeah, so we have Sky Energy. Sky Energy is one of the partners in the project, so they do the supply or make it happen. And I think there is an e-fuel study part of it, and the EU clearinghouse, and then the incentive. So these are the three projects in the TULIPS program. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And so we look forward to the results of this project. So now what happens is we are a bit late with the Marta. Wait, we are a bit late with the lunch, but we still have a buffer of time to recover the delay after the lunch. So I'm going to ask Marta and Sergi, is it fine with you to go in the second session? Okay, thank you. So I would call for the lunch break now, and let's try to restart at 1:45 or 1:50. Okay, thank you for your patience, and for the online participants, we will restart at 1:50. Thank you. So the lunch is served in the room outside, just in front of this one. Thank you. Sorry. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will restart now. And I would like to invite Marta. Okay, so please, let's wait for the no, stay, please. Okay. Okay. So thank you. Let's wait for just people taking the coffee and
Don't worry.
so for the online participants, we are really about to start in a few seconds.
So you want me to move?
I can do it. I don't know. Okay, now I can minimize this. I will scroll the slides. Okay, so thank you. And I would like now to introduce the two last speakers of the first session, but still very valuable contributions focused on the, let's say, market and framework conditions for SAF deployment. And the first one is Marta Hugo from Fuels Europe. She will present a few remarks, opportunities and challenges towards the final trilogue of the ReFuelEU Aviation. Thank you, Marta.
Thanks a lot. So actually, it's always, I'm not sure if nice or not, just to speak before the lunch break or after. So, but I hope that I will do my best to keep your way.
Thank you for being flexible.
No, not at all. No problem. So actually, you move on. I'm Marta Hugo from Fuels Europe, and we are the ones, it's the European Fuel Manufacturing Association, and we are the ones just using the wording you look, I think that you mentioned is reinventing ourselves. No, so you can see like the logo of the 38 member companies of the association, and as you can imagine, we are pretty much interested in the ReFuelEU Aviation. So you move on, because I will be very, very quick. I think that it's better to have a good discussion and good exchange. So my intention is only to set the scene and just sending you a couple of messages linked to what has been previously discussed. And actually, these companies, that are reinventing themselves, are reinventing themselves. So it's not something that will happen. It's something that is happening today. We saw a couple of examples, but we have more. The intention, all of them share something, the vision towards 2050. And this vision is converting the 16 assets, the 16 refineries into something else. Something that is moving away from crude oil and including new type of feedstocks, sustainable feedstocks to produce the fuels for transport and also their products in the future. Having said that, we used to call ourselves, when we were referring to the Vision 2050, use the terminology and it helps. But then here comes Sergi, the blink to you, where, because in a previous presentation, he mentioned the importance of being actually an energy community. And I do very like this term, because I think this is exactly what we need. Also, it was mentioned before that it's not only about the technology that needs to be demonstrated, scale up and deployed. It's also about the value chain creation, and all of that needs to happen at the same time. It's not that we have the time, the luxury of spending the time to have all the supply value chains ready. We need to do it in parallel, and in order to do so, we need to engage with regional communities. We need to engage with everyone that is around. So it's a joint effort, and I think that is part of the beauty of this transformation. So focusing on this, this is probably the last slide, the only slide I have to share with you today. We are looking into the final steps of the trilogue, and the policy framework that will somehow define the framework for the sustainable aviation in Europe in the future. And it is clear that ReFuelEU Aviation will be the first key enabler of sustainable aviation fuels in the future. But I do really like something that, Maria, you mentioned as well. This is not only about aviation. So we need to maximize and exploit all the synergies with the different sectors, because we also saw from Luca's presentation, you can actually use the same technology to produce different type of low carbon fuels and to be used in different sectors. So this is very important. We need volume to support also these technologies. We need volume, we need demand to support the creation of the value chains. And we need to keep an eye open. We don't want to narrow down at the beginning, like the options where those low carbon fuels with the lower carbon intensity, sustainable feedstocks can go. We want to boost the technology, and in order to do so, we need to keep an eye open. So that's the first thing I wanted to mention. The second one point is, of course, about sustainable feedstock. I think that we have already discussed today the importance of not narrowing down the options to feedstocks that are recognized as sustainable today. Renewable Energy Directive is defining the framework, so let's not constrain ourselves more. we need to have the access to all the sustainable feedstocks that can be available. And this is important for Europe, but it's also more important for the regions. And I'm going back to this concept of the energy community, no, where we said we need to make the most of the resources that are available close to where they will be consumed as well, meaning not restricting arbitrary, I would say, some of the accessibility to these sustainable feedstocks if they are proven to be sustainable, because for us this is also key, and we are focusing very much on waste and residues on our side, but at least for the future of the low carbon fuels for the fuel manufacturing. So that's something that I wanted to highlight very much. And actually, just a couple of examples of what we mean with not narrowing down these options is, for example, the definition of the recycled carbon fuels. So they are like defined in the red. So for sustainable aviation, we feel that we need to keep the definition as it is originally in the Renewable Energy Directive, and not narrowing down and extracting, like taking out feedstocks from that general definition. So cherry picking, no, please. Sustainable, yes. RFNBO hydrogen as an intermediate is another example of something that is sustainable. It's also recognized in the Renewable Energy Directive, and we believe that is a very cost-efficient way to actually reduce CO2 emissions for aviation as well. Actually, in the text of the Renewable Energy Directive, you find the hook absolutely there. RFNBO as intermediate for the production of conventional fuels and biofuels are recognized for compliance, and we believe that it is also an option for aviation that should be enabled in the final test. So that's part of also the opportunities, no, somehow to have access to all the technologies to reduce the carbon intensity of aviation. And then the last one, but not this one, is the stable and supportive policy framework. Again, we have mentioned the importance of this stability, but I wanted to mention a couple of points. The first one is consistency across the Fit for 55 package. We have been mentioning that during the break that Fit for 55 is huge. I mean, and the different pieces are moving into different directions, and we need to make sure that consistency is there, because otherwise what has been agreed in one piece will could block what has been agreed in the other one. So please, that's a message to everyone. Let's keep an eye on this, and let's make sure that we are not blocking anything, and we are just consistent with what has been agreed in different pieces. That's the first, as an example, intermediate crops. No, intermediate crops are being recognized, Annex 9A, like 9B in the definition, the revision of the Annex 9. So let's keep consistency. Let's not create a gap, because we need them now. So we cannot wait for these fixtures to be there in a couple of years. We need stability. We need market creation right now, and we need to start with the supply chain for all these type of advanced feedstocks that are not in the market today. The second one is the flexibility. We were saying that from research to mass deployment, you need a couple of years. Again, we have mentioned this today very much. And that's why we believe, and we do really welcome as Fuels Europe, this flexibility mechanism that is given in the ReFuelEU Aviation piece of work. They also mentioned, and I'm going to touch a little bit on the book and claim point that David mentioned, we need to keep an eye on that, on the developments in the book and claim system out of Europe. This is important. As Fuels Europe and within the association and the working group, we have been working on a sub-certificate trading mechanism that we believe that could work in practice. So let's take the momentum to work together on this, to put it in practice, and to see how it's workable in Europe, and to which extent it could be like implemented and is aligned with what's happening outside. The last point I wanted to mention, probably not the is competitivity. I've mentioned I'm a little bit scared of industry flying out of Europe, to be sincere. So I'm just wondering, for the beginning of this transition, let's say towards sustainable aviation fuels to higher volumes, I think that we really need to put like more additional kind of double penalties here, or with the fines will be enough, but this obligation to supply the shortfall may put an additional kind of constraint. If you can demonstrate, of course, that it has happened because of different reasons that we can discuss later. So with all of that, I think that we have a big opportunity to make this happen. Absolutely. There are like some kind of points, like the expansion of the SAF definition will be a heated conversation today. I'm sure it's been, and I'm sure it will be during the next days. But as fuel supplier, if you click one more, we are, you click just one more, just the last one is, we are ready to fly. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta. Thank you, Marta. Thank you. And it's indeed very important to have the fuel suppliers' point of view. I hope we can continue on with the discussion also later. Are there any quick immediate reactions to Marta's presentation? Yes, Antonio. Okay. In the chat, let's have a look. Okay, Marco Franceschini. Dear Marta, thank you a lot and compliments for your presentation. Please, could you give some insights on SAF certificate trading and book and claim under the CORSIA framework? I don't know if it's relevant to you. Yeah. I assume. Okay, thank you. So we'll try to get this question covered later. Okay, thank you. So now I would like to introduce Sergi. I'm sorry, Sergi Allegre from the Airport Regions Council on the role of airport regions and new green aviation energies. Just a second, Sergi, that I will share my screen. You can speak here. Sorry, got a bit confused. Let me open your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the project, for inviting me to be with you. I will not try to do one thing to speak faster than Marta. This is clear. No way. And not so clear like Marta. Okay. I'm not an engineer, so but like I'm a historian myself. So probably you will not hear nothing that is very much connected with probably your daily life, but I think it's important to comment a few aspects, and that's why I was so kind, and they were so kind to invite me. And I think it's important because Airport Regions Council is based in Brussels, so 80% of our life is in Brussels. Probably a few of you, I know a few of you too, but I think it's good to remember. First, and I will be a little bit provocative, impose, so you don't have siesta. Sorry about that. First, Commission is nothing. Is it clear? I will repeat it. It's nothing. Any big, important, key legislation for Europe, for the European Union, must be agreed with the Parliament and must be agreed with the Council of States. So don't blame or don't say, oh, they are our heroes or our heroines. They are not. We, all of us, we are, because they are officials, but the Parliament people and the minister are people elected by people. So a lot of times it's like, it's very easy. And I have heard that because my background is being a politician, not an MP. But it's, oh, it's the fall of Brussels. Well, what your government voted, proposed, discussed, and what party is there in the back of that government? Maybe it's your party, but it's easier to say it's Brussels. Second, especially for these projects, later on I will go on to ARC is involved in a lot of projects. In fact, especially with SAF 2, of course, we were collaborating with Ithaca, Flypath. I look one of the good fathers of all these projects. And now we are in a light project. You know, this is the one in Copenhagen Airport that they are putting a lot of, as much as SAF as possible. And we are sharing the dissemination work with TULIPS, Olga. We are members of Olga project. This is the role, the lead partner is Charles de Gaulle, and Stargate, which is Brussels Airport, the main leader of this project, the three big green coal airport projects with more than 60 million euro to invest. But just one thing, this, what you are doing, what we are doing, is really a very, very, very small part of a big machine. Mainly to move from fuel to whatever what is not fuel. And not only in the transport sector, in all sectors. In all sectors. And I think we don't realize when we say, well, there is a problem here, there is a problem there, there is a problem there. And maybe the industry will not fill it up and blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter we get it in 2030 or 2035 or 2037. I don't have the feeling that the Commission will send an army to the airports to put down the planes that if they don't use fuel. First, because they don't like it. The second, because they probably good Jesus, they don't have an army. Just you to give an example about this issue of the industry. But for sure, they have to complain and they have to ask and they have to demand and they have to say it's very complicated. When I was in the lunch for a moment, I check, as I told you, I'm a historian, so I thought something similar. In 1940, so, okay, 2 years after the beginning of the war, USA built 300 tanks. In 1943, they built 25,000. So it's possible. The industry can do it. I'm not defending nothing, but I think we have to go over that picture or that image, okay? Because we can do it. And again, this is nothing about the environment. They will not, we will not, because then it's our pocket, to put so much money only from the CO2. This is about business. This is about who is going to get the best technology faster to get that, because this is the road. We, China or America. The other thing is blue, 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 blue. But this is the main target. This is the main goal. But I agree that we are not talking about peanuts. We are talking about something very, very, very important. And imagine that it will not be these goals or this perspective. What would do the aviation industry? What would they invest? How many projects, how many technology, how many companies, how many suppliers, blah, 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 is just because of that. And they, all of them, they earn money. If not, they will not do it. Yeah. So ARC is an organization based in Brussels. We are cities and regions that they host, our members, they host an airport. You can have from big airports to small airports. And they are, thanks. So what we do is to do studies, we represent is a very nice way to say we lobby, like everyone here. They calculate that there are 10,000 lobby issues, like Marta, like myself, like a lot of people here in Brussels. Like we do communication and we participate in projects to tell our members what's going on and what is coming up. Yeah. So regarding the issue, airport regions and new aviation fuels in general. First, in general, not only for aviation, the movement from fuel produced, in Kuwait, or if you're very lucky in Norway, but especially in Kuwait and there, means that regions, especially, and even states, they only give a paper saying, okay, you can put the tube. Nothing else. But now all regions can be producers, and all regions in Europe must to decide if they want to help to become a producers or just want to see the energy coming up or just getting it. All airports, and this is a big challenge for airports, they will have to provide 4 types of energy. Kerosene, because this is not going to be one day the director says, oh, for tomorrow on, no kerosene. Boom. No. If you see how many planes, Airbus and Boeing are in the demand, only in the demand, not flying, it's impossible that it happens. So it will be a lot of years with kerosene, SAF, electricity, and probably, if we follow the explanation from Rotterdam, hydrogen. And again, it's not only aviation moving to out of fuel, it's all modes of transport. Yeah, please. So for regions, they have an opportunity to become producers. They have the opportunity to become energy independent. to have low prices if they are depending of their environmental situation, if they have wind, they have sun, they have land, and if they provide facilities, land, zero taxes for the investment, blah, 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 they have economic opportunities and they can create jobs. And they should look, in our opinion, they should look to the airport, but they don't do it, the vast majority of them, because the airport, they should know the needs of the airport itself and the needs of the islands in the next years. And only, I can tell you, only, as much as we know, only a few regions in Europe are doing that, taking in account what is going to happen with aviation in their airport. And they should look, in our opinion, as airports as perfect areas for production and distribution. Because airports, they have a lot of space where you cannot build for safe reasons and safety. And they have a great surface access. They are not in the middle of nowhere. So they are perfect places for production, not only for the our side, if not from the outside. And they are perfect places for distributing if they have not the land to distribute, to produce, sorry. And the last point, or almost the last point, is now the cost of the kerosene, who you know it's a 30% of any standard ticket. It's not really in Europe. There is not a big difference because the producers are in Kuwait, let's say it. But even so, islands are looking for where to fuel the planes. If the production becomes regional, prices can be diverted, and hopefully it will be diverted for the goodness of the region and for the goodness of the clients from one point to another point. So a route between Lyon and Valencia, maybe now it's not economic interesting for any company. But if you refuel in Valencia for half of the price, because in Valencia they have a lot of sun and they have said, no, we want to produce electricity for free or very cheap, then the routes can change. For sure, this will not be a big change in Frankfurt or Amsterdam, Schiphol or Paris, Charles de Gaulle. But for regional airports, this can change the game. And I will explain you these two cases. In North Norway from Bodo on, if you see the map of Bodo, you think you are in the North Pole, you are half only in the middle of Norway. So it's still a lot. There is already a new association of cities, regions, and airports. From this year on, from the 1st of January on, they provide the electricity for free for aviation. Because they have an extra of coming from the water, from the fjords, and they have decided this. And the case of Lleida Airport, who a little bit is fighting with, with Rotterdam. They are going to, the next year, to have a plant of hydrogen plant to test whatever they goes there. And in the meantime, or at the same time, all the hydrogen is going to fit the bus transport system of Lleida city. Because it's very nearby, it's very easy, and they can handle. So this is what we think in connection with the new energies and aviation, regions should have a role and to look very much on the airlines and the airports. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Any quick reactions on this? I think that was maybe.
Just a small comment coming from the TULIPS project. Actually, these models should find some kind of framework analysis, because you mentioned, for example, Norway. I've been comparing Norway and Quebec in the frame of one project. And the situation for hydropower, and I'm surprised and very welcome what you have presented, looks very different. In Quebec, for quite some long time, the kilowatt hour from hydro is priced 1.5 euro cents per kilowatt hour, maximum 2. So it's extremely cheap. It's the first place where I would go for refuels if I was. When we discussed this with the Norwegian partners, we understood that the situation from a physical point of view is similar, but there's a connection to Europe. So pricing this kilowatt hour is determined by the price in Europe. And so the situation is dramatically different from Quebec. And what you present resemble more the Quebec case than the one I know. So these things, I think, should be better framed in a general framework, sorry if I repeat the words, but because otherwise we get a bit confused by the market that is designed in the same country with two different cases, same for SAF, and that's what I can report you from the TULIPS project. So it's the feedback from the Norwegian partners. How can they price zero? That's the point.
I guess because they subsidize, or because there's a public production, and they decided for this client is for free. And the point is, I don't mean that this has to be the follow-up. What I would want to underline is that, you know, now kerosene is very easy. Energy for planes is very easy. A tube or a camion. You have a big plane, a lot. You have a small plane, a few. It's not only going to change at the airport level. Two, for the operational point of view. It was mentioned how to fill up the planes with hydrogen and with electricity and with SAF and the kerosene at the same time. This is a challenge for all airports, especially for regional airports that they have not so much investment capacity. And because at the end of the day, they are in the hands of the islands. It will be the islands at the end of the day they will decide what, for sure, there will be a framework. But if regional airlines, for example, they move all of them to electric, this will be their decision, not the government. So, but what I mean is that now it's a very, and that's why probably the airport and airline sector are, because it has never been so, it's going to change. It's going to change at the airport level. It's going to change at the island level. It's going to be completely, and what you say, it's true. I mean, for example, maybe in a region makes sense, the electricity carrier, but in another one, no way. But this will exist, and islands will have to invest a lot of more, let's say, people looking prices and different alternatives because they will be like that.
Thank you, Sergio. Thank you. So good that we have we are now in the more interactive and discussion part already. So now we move to the agricultural component of the project, and this is the second pillar of the BIO4A. And I don't know if David, maybe you want to say something introductory, or we can already go ahead and introduce Tommaso Barsali from Record on the introduction on the agricultural component. This is the right presentation, right? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Tommaso Barsali. I'm an agronomist. I work for Record since 2018. I also wanted to join thanking CINEA and the Commission for the possibility to participate to this very interesting project. So this was prepared, presentation was prepared by me and David and our colleague Francesca Tozzi. So the first slide is what you already saw this morning with David. It's a general description of the project. As you can see, there is in last lines the R&D work on marginal land, because the rationale of the project was to say, okay, we have the industrial part on waste lipids, and we will have the R&D part on virgin lipids, but produced sustainably. You will see a very interesting presentation also from Calogero Schillaci from JRC later on, and from our colleagues from Camelina company from remote, who actually held the experiments in Spain. Because you can go to the next one, thank you. So this is what you already saw also this morning on the industrial activity, so we can just skip with David. As you can see, we had here it's 3, but in reality now it's 5 years, because the project has been, thanks to the fact that we involved new partners and CINEA understood what we were doing. The project was extended for 5 years. So we had the possibility to make a 5 years experiment, agronomic experiment, which, by the way, I don't know if you're familiar with agricultural experiments, is a very short time anyway, because a long-term agronomic experiment is considered 20 years, not 5, but still it's something. So we had experiments in Spain, from which you will hear now a small portion, and after with Camelina company more, in Italy. And another one, which was in cooperation with another nationally funded project, which was also very interesting, that I will present now. So I think we can go. I know this was already, no, you can go on. Okay, so this is the Italian field trials. So we tried to understand how we could possibly produce sustainably virgin lipids for HEFA production. And the route that we addressed was the one of using soil amendments like biochar to increase productivity, but also increase the capacity of soil to sequester carbon and to be also more resilient to degradation. And biochar, we discovered, can be a very powerful tool to address the whole set of these possible outcomes. Because I don't know, for those of you who are not familiar with biochar, biochar is a product of the thermochemical conversion process called pyrolysis of biomass, lignocellulosic biomass. You obtain a dark material. You're probably used to it, seeing it as material for barbecue, but actually biochar is not so much different from barbecue. However, it has, of course, other quality characteristics. And it can be used as a soil amendment. It provides lots of advantages to soil, and sequesters carbon in a form which is called recalcitrant. So the carbon content of biochar is something that can last for at least centuries. Some say 1,000 years, but let's say for a very long time. So it's a very convenient way to capture, to store the CO2 that has been captured by plants in a stable form. Then you put it into soil, and this is something that will stay there for a long time. So it's a way of capturing carbon and sequestering, storing it into soil. So what did we discover in the Italian field trial? So they were performed in 2 different locations to provide more variability for statistical reasons, and also 2 different types of soil. One in Terontola was more, this is central Italy. One in Terontola was more sandy, the other one was more clay. Please. So the goal was to evaluate the effect of biochar alone or also mixed with compost on, as I was saying, seed productivity, soil characteristic, and the agronomic use efficiency of nitrogen. So we devised 5 different treatments. One is control with nothing as usual. One is exclusively inorganic fertilization. And then we had a treatment with only compost, a treatment with only biochar, and a treatment with compost and biochar mixed to see the possible differences. So this is very similar to what you will see after with Paloma for the experiment in Spain. You can go on. And which we seeded Camelina varieties provided by Camelina company, 2 different varieties. So this is the general scheme of the plots. This was a shorter in time, but larger in area trial compared to what was performed in Spain. So this is the schematics. It's okay. I think we can go on. So it was made last season, spring seeding and harvesting in July. You can go on. Thank you. Seeding was made obviously after incorporation of biochar compost in soil. And we measured different parameters in Camelina and in soil. So we can go to the results. These are a few pictures. So this is the distribution of biochar that you can see my colleagues that you saw also before. This is Camelina, the first Camelina field in Montepaldi, which was a bit more difficult, very low rainfall. And This is the other one in Terontola. So this is the maturation phase, as you can see the yellow fields. And please. So we harvested by hand. Of course, this is an experiment. However, for example, we use conventional machinery to incorporate biochar, which was also one of the goals of this experiment, to demonstrate that we could do it with conventional agricultural machinery. And we cleaned the seeds, separated them. Please on. And then made the evaluation. So on the climatic parameters, it was a very low rainfall year. Unfortunately, I think we will have to get used to this more and more, especially in Montepaldi. So only 100 millimeters from seeding to harvesting, and 160 in Terontola, same period, seeding to harvesting. So this is the effective rain that could be used by the plant. Please. So, you know, the graphs that the agronomists like. It's as you can see, so the letters are for statistical significance. As I was saying, there are two varieties, CC26 and CC32. So we also compared varieties for make it more difficult. So what results did we get? So in general, there is a, in the mean value, there is an effect of all the organic amendments. And by organic, I don't mean like the organic regulation, but like biochar and compost. So things that bring organic carbon to the soil. However, the most clear effect was in Terontola with the CC26, which was a shorter period, in which we had a very clear statistical significance for all treatments who had a higher yield containing biochar, either biochar alone or biochar with compost. And this is quite similar to what happened also in Spain. In Montepaldi, as you can see, the scale is very different because in Terontola you have a 0 to 150 grams per square meter scale on the left. And in Montepaldi you have a 0 to 60. So yields were really very low in Montepaldi because rainfall was very low. But still we have this trend in which we see treatments where biochar is present have a higher mean value, and in some cases also a higher statistically significant higher value. So this is very important because we do not only, we should start considering biochar not only as a mean of sequestering carbon, so purely putting carbon into soil, but also as a mean to enhance productivity, and in this case, of a species that can be used to produce HEFA. So this is a double effect. Please. Okay, this is about biomass, but results are quite similar. You can go to the next one. Okay, so in the Italian field trials, we confirmed, in fact, but on a larger scale, that we could use conventional machinery to incorporate biochar, and that the results that we got from the Spanish trials were consistent also in other locations. So in general, the recommendation that comes out of this is that either in combination with compost or alone, providing biochar to the soil can contribute also to increase productivity. So this is the key message that we should not forget. The Spanish field trials, I was saying, were held for a longer time. Now we are in the 5th year. They are done in rotation because you cannot do Camelina every year. So it's a barley and Camelina rotation. So the 3rd year was the 2nd time that we had Camelina. So 1st year Camelina, then barley, and then 3rd year Camelina. So this is why I'm presenting the 3 years results. We're getting more results on Camelina this year, 5th year. 4th year was barley. So in this case, we did something a bit more sophisticated. Instead of simply mixing biochar with compost, we co-composted biochar with solid fraction of digestate coming from biogas production. So this is slightly more complicated, but what is very interesting here is that when you use, and we will see also this after, when you use biochar in co-composting operations, you get advantages in terms of reduction of composting time, which we found a 5 days reduction, which is not only the 5 days. If you think of industrial operations, 5 days repeated in a year means a lot of time saved by the composting industry, and a better quality of the co-composted material that you provide to soil. So that's also very relevant. And we sent this to Spain in 2018 to start the experiment. So you can go on, thank you. The research goals are more or less the same. The treatment are slightly more complicated because we tried different percentages introduced of biochar in compost. It's slightly different, but let's say the general scheme of the experiment was the same. Please go on. So you will see the results from on Camelina productivity from my colleague Paloma later on. Now, what I want to comment on is what David was also this morning mentioning, is on the ESCA factor. So, as you probably know, biochar has been included in this annex for the implementing act of the RED II on low-ILUC as an improved agricultural management practice, along other practices, along with cover crops, along with conservation agriculture, with all the other sustainable agronomic practices that you can have to produce biofuels sustainably. And biochar is one of them. So what is the point of ESCA? ESCA is, let's say, a way to stimulate, incentivize the adoption of these agricultural practices on a voluntary basis. Okay, basically you can get on top of double counting, you can get some more, let's say, additional savings if you demonstrate that your sustainable agronomic practices are effective in increasing what? In increasing the soil carbon stock. So the soil carbon stock is it's a typical, let's say, soil concept, which is which is basically the product of the organic carbon in soil and the bulk density of soil. Why do you need bulk density? It's long story short, let's say, bulk density of soil can change. Okay, the soil can, bulk density, what does it mean? The soil is more compacted or less compacted, okay? But when you do your sampling, you do it always at 30 centimeters. So what if the soil has compacted, went down, and you sample always in the same 30 centimeters, you will find different values, misleading, okay? So this also has to be taken into account, the difference in bulk density. I know it's a bit, let's say, elaborated, but the soil science is difficult, and I'm not a soil scientist actually, but it's this way. So we tried to make an hypothesis of saying, okay, what happened to our fields, our experimental fields? Let's pretend that we are a biofuel producer. Would we get this ESCA or not? So we made the calculation of the difference in carbon stocks. Okay, we further have to elaborate on this formula also, maybe with GRC help. But what we found is in the next one. So there was an increase. There was an increase in carbon stock, and this increase was statistically significant for biochar. So after 3 years, if we say, okay, we pretend we're a biofuel producer, we go, you sample, you see that there is an increase in carbon stock. So you will get an economic advantage for this because you will get additional greenhouse gas savings. So this is quite relevant. And so please go to the other one. So I'll briefly explain this. So in soil, you have what is called organic carbon, which is what I was mentioning before. You have organic matter, which is a calculation based on the organic carbon, multiplied by a factor that I will not explain now. However, what you measure is organic carbon. And then you have bulk density. So please go to the next one. If you go across all this and you measure the carbon stock, as you can see, biochar in both locations in Spain, they triggered an increase in the carbon stock of soil, whereby biochar was involved. So it's the third line, biochar plus NPK. When you mix, when you use compost, it's not so clear. So there was a very clear increment in one location and a negative increment in the other location. When you combine compost and biochar, probably because of this compost effect, which is not so very clear, because compost can be oxidized much more than biochar, because it's not recalcitrant, as I was saying before. Then there are some inconsistencies that are more difficult to explain. But if we stick, let's say, to the biochar plus NPK, you can see that there is a very clear stock increment of carbon in soil. This is very relevant for any biofuel producer. So this is what David was talking about, is the reverse, let's say, ILUC concept, in which you say, okay, by producing biofuel through this technique of using biochar, you are actually already going negative in your emissions. And this can be quite relevant to cover also the gap, which Oscar was talking about, of the difference of how many reduction we can make by technology, production technology, and how much reduction we can make by producing sustainably virgin lipids. So this is something that is quite relevant also for policy. And as Maria was saying before, the advantage of these sustainable biofuels produced this way is that you have co-benefits, which is quite a good difference with synthetic biofuels, because you can have co-benefits for agriculture, for soil, for degraded land, and so on and so forth, which are not attainable with synthetic fuels. Okay. Okay, I'll just briefly present this. This is what I was talking about in collaboration with the national project, Babylon, in which we also participated. We did other trials that will be the subject of a scientific publication, which will be also hopefully financed by BIO4A and will be a result of the project. Always with co-composted manure and biochar. Please go on. So here we have barley, so it's a different field. However, it's still related to the Camelina rotation that I was mentioning before. Here we tried something slightly different. We said, okay, let's try to pretend this time that we are an organic farmer or a conventional farmer with economic problems related to the fact that NPK fertilizer, inorganic fertilizer, have skyrocketed the prices, okay? So what could I do with what I have on farm? Like, for example, manure. I can distribute manure, but if I have some biochar, I can try also to co-compost this manure with biochar and see what happens. So what happened is that you can go to the next one. So this is, yeah, the field trials. Okay, please go on. What happened is this, is that co-composted biochar outperformed manure control, of course, and also NPK. So this means that by using the same manure, this manure here that was used for co-composting, and this manure here is the same manure, okay? So by simply co-composting it with biochar, you get a 40% more yield with a statistical significance, as you can see from the letter. So this is something that is worth, let's say, thinking over, okay? So do we need to be dependent on NPK? Either, let's say you're not an organic farmer, but you're a conventional farmer, but you have a financial problem with NPK, for example, in Europe. And what can you do with manure? Because you also have some problems using manure, logistics of manure, etc. You can compost it, but is it worth it? Yes. The reply from the productivity point of view is yes, you should co-compost it. So we should encourage farmers to look into biochar. The whole thing I wanted to say is this one. Okay, this is, I think, the last slide. Yeah, we also measured here again soil organic matter and organic carbon. And there was an increase. There was a stability of organic carbon thanks to the introduction of biochar. And one last thing I forgot to say is that this was marginal land by definition because it was 10 years abandoned land. So this is also very relevant for the low-ILUC definition. This was a piece of agricultural land that, for a number of reasons that I don't know, but we know that it's been abandoned for many years. So this is by definition marginal land. There's no discussion about modeling and no modeling. It's been abandoned. So that's it. So this is also interesting. Okay, what did we do also with lysimeters? So for those of you who are not familiar, I'm sorry for many concepts, but it's been a long project and it's a good moment to try to explain. So lysimeters, basically, they're used to understand the fate of water in soil, okay, generally speaking. In particular here, what we tried to do is to understand what is the effect of biochar on the fate of nitrogen of water in soil, for one, and of the nitrogen contained in water, which we know is a source of pollution, eutrophication, etc. So we compared the business as usual NPK fertilization with the comparative treatment was biochar plus NPK. So let's see what happens. What, please? What happens is that you have lot more water exiting the system without biochar than with biochar. So with biochar, you're saving water in the sense that the efficiency of the water that you use for irrigation is higher because it provides a higher available water for plants. This is an indirect way of measuring it, but still it's relevant. And then the other one, Maurizio, sorry. No, you're okay. Is that you get less total nitrogen exiting the system, 162 compared to 190. In all its forms. So this is total nitrogen. So nitrogen in water and soil, of course, it goes into various chemical forms, but if you count all the atoms, let's say nitrogens that exit the system, you have less nitrogen exiting the system. So this is a win-win, let's say, situation for the use of biochar. Okay, so thanks to the fact that we extended the project, we had the opportunity also to build this fantastic new climatic chamber, which is located in Montepaldi next to Firenze, in which we have now, and you're all invited, of course, to visit, in which we have now 10 lysimeters. Why do I say 10? Because it provides us the possibility to make 3 treatments per 3 replicates all at the same time. So this is very relevant because the duration of the experiment is much less, because when you do experiment with plants, you have to wait for by the time they are ripe. Okay, so this way, what took us almost 2 years with the old lysimeters is now taking 6 months. So you can advance much faster in understanding the fate of water and of nitrogen in these experiments. So just to explain what is a lysimeter, you see here there is a hole on the bottom of all this, and you can put your scale here to measure how much water is exiting the system. So these are lamps for growth, of course, for indoor growth. Okay, so this is what we are doing now. We are reverting to a simulation of drought conditions, which unfortunately it's going to be much more common, and water use efficiency of biochar. So we are going to basically starve the plants not from nutrients, but from water, and see what the effect of biochar is in making water available for plants. But this time with quantitative data that is more reliable, because we can have 3 replicates and 3 treatments at the same time. I think this is the last one. Yeah, okay. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Tommaso.
I hope this was not too complicated.
No, it was very, very interesting.
Yeah, but you're an agronomist.
Question now. My question is, what is your explanation or your theory to explain the combined effect of the biochar and the composting of the biochar with the manure? Does it, in your opinion, does it have to do more with the biological component or with the chemical component of the matter? What?
No, I think this year in particular, this is actually going in the title of the scientific publication that we're preparing, that it's the low rainfall conditions in our opinion. So the fact that the ability of biochar to retain water in soil is more pronounced when water is a limiting factor and not nutrients. Okay, so basically I think the addition of biochar provides this let's say additional reservoir for water available for plants that makes all the difference basically. And also co-composting does another thing, is that it promotes the microbiological growth inside manure and diversity also of microorganisms in compost, which is good for soil, is known to be good for soil. The problems we have with degraded soil now everywhere in the world where conventional agriculture was so developed is that we have low carbon, and that's one big problem. And the other one is that we have also low biodiversity in soil of the macrofauna, so the little worms and all these things, but also of microorganisms. And co-composting provides an initial, let's say, habitat for microorganisms diversity in soil, which is, in my opinion, we don't demonstrate this with this experiment, but this is a strong opinion that is also shared by soil scientists, that you provide this, first input of life, okay, of additional life in soil through microorganisms, organisms that then develop in a healthy soil. So this is, and biochar can play a role in this for many reasons, of course, along with other techniques. It's what I was saying before, not only for the problem of bulk density, but let's say if you it should not be considered, nothing in my opinion in agriculture should be considered a silver bullet. So in the sense that you find the one solution that fits everything. Okay, this is an old way of thinking agriculture. What we should know by far now is that it's a complex system. So biochar has to be used. In my opinion, they should be encouraged to use biochar, of course, produced sustainably also, but along with other sustainable agricultural management practices, because you can put all the biochar that you want in soil, but then if you make it very prone to erosion because you labor it too much or too deep, then all this is going to, of course, be useless. Okay, all these biochar additions. So it's a complex system. So you have to find complex solutions. Actually, there's no simple solution for soil.
Thank you. I think we have remarks first.
Okay.
Luke first, and then Kyriakos.
Hope it's not too difficult.
Okay. Teresa, can you have Luke first and?
Yeah, no.
Yes, please.
Hi, Luke Pelkmans. Do you have any quality requirements for the biochar itself? Because you now started from popular. How far can you go in different feedstocks that you can use? I guess waste feedstocks are not
okay,
not
so
suitable for that.
Yeah, no, exactly. Thanks for your question. Yes, so we used wood feedstock, chestnut and poplar. Actually, there is, fortunately enough, biochar is being regulated in many different ways. So there is this ESCA thing, which is one of the first ways it's regulated. Then there is the new fertilizer regulation that was in 2019, and then was issued, let's say, an additional act concerning biochar and other materials that regulates the quality of biochar. And then there is a third regulation that is the organic regulation, because now biochar can be used in organic agriculture, which also sets additional, more restrictive, of course, parameters for biochar, in particular for, well, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, but also for the sourcing of feedstock to make biochar. So for example, in organic agriculture, you can only use plant-derived material. Well, so I think that it's important to understand what can we do biochar from. I know there is a lot of experience, in particular in Southeast Asia, concerning rice husk, which is a very different material. However, it's very abundant, and also it doesn't pose all the problems that might pose other waste feedstock that have competitive markets. For example, wheat straw is nice, but it has other markets for animal padding and so on. So, and ultimately, I don't know if David, this is what you want to say. I think we should also think about biochar more globally. So the agricultural application of biochar is very relevant. Of course, also I'm an agronomist, so I encourage this. I would like to say so, but biochar can be used for many other applications. For example, in the steel industry, in substitution of coke, in substitution of critical raw material like graphite for batteries, yeah, and others, and in construction and so on. So probably, I think the most, say, intelligent solution would be to say, okay, waste material, you turn them into biochar from pyrolysis, but you use them for non-soil applications, and you use plant material for soil applications, which appears intrinsically more safe, let's say.
Yeah, just to complement, in fact, you have always to keep in mind which is your target. If is carbon removal, from a thermochemical point of view, it doesn't make a big difference. It's only the ash content that matters. Of course, more ash, less organic material, but the carbon removal, let's put it that way, the fixed carbon amount in the biochar mostly depend on typical temperature, residence time, this parameter. If you're looking to the agronomic effect, it makes a huge difference. We have done a lot of work. The extreme case, we are now using biochar to transport anti-cancer molecule in the human body, to make an example. This means that we tailored the porosity of the char to the molecule to be transported. So in that case, not all materials are equal. It makes a difference in terms of plant available water that is released to the crop. So you can be more selective and less based on waste. Then there's the third component that Tommaso said. We have projects in the steel sector from wastewater sludge. We don't think it's worth to force the concept to bring this carbon into the soil. There's a huge need for sustainable carbon in steel, in cement, in paintings, many applications. So we convert it. We have an advantage by converting this, that you can much better recover critical raw materials. I mean, if you want to extract phosphorus, sulfur from the material, from the wastewater sludge, is really hard. It's much easier, and we have a patent for that, to extract this material from the carbonized material, because it is released much easier. So, you know, it depends which is your focus, the ESCA, the CO2, the agronomic effect, the material, then you go the way.
Yep.
And Maria. Kyriakos Maniatis, thanks for the interesting presentation. Is there any recommended amount of biochar you should add per hectare? And what is the average cost again?
You know, Kyriakos, this is, it's nice to hear this question. This is the typical farmer question. So now you qualify as a farmer officially. No, I mean, of course, it's a very relevant question. One thing that, you know, when I started in Record, I was the only agronomist. They were all engineers. Now we're three. But engineers, they don't like this reply. It depends. But there is, let's put it this way. It depends also on the type of soil. Okay. What I would recommend to a farmer is to say, okay, Probably let's go starting from an equivalent of 3 tons per hectare, get maybe to 7, 8 tons, depending on the soil type and also on what is your objective, actually, because if you're thinking about participating to voluntary carbon market schemes, for example, then you could say, okay, I could maybe put more because it's more convenient for me, economically sound, let's say. If your objective is only agronomic, yeah, maybe you can start with this. Experiment was done with 3 tons per hectare. So, and we already got a 40% difference. So you can maybe start with lower just to try. But what I maybe would recommend is, and this is a bit in conflict with the ESCA description, factor description, is that you could think about it as an investment for multiple years. Because what we see, for example, in Spain, is that we put biochar at the very beginning of the project, and then we didn't put any more biochar. And the effect lasts for more than a year. So in fact, you should probably think about putting a little bit more at the beginning. There are long-term experiments, for example, in vineyards that see the effect of biochar after 10 years. So, but that was a very large initial quantity. That was more than 20 tons of biochar. But after 10 years, you still had the effect. So it's a bit variable. The real advice I would provide to a farmer is try it on maybe 1 hectare, see what happens, try to understand what is the right amount for you also, because there is logistics of biochar also. It's very low densities. 1 cubic meter is maybe 250 kilograms. So there's a lot of transport, and that's why it probably makes sense to produce biochar regionally, like in cooperatives of farmers and so on. So there are lots of different factors that have to be taken if I put myself in the head of a farmer. Yeah, I hope this answers. Well, that's another good, it's true. You asked also this question. I was not trying to avoid it. The average cost, I think, now is very high because there are very few producers. It's a bit of a problem, like for SAF, chicken and egg thing. But I think you go to around 600-700 euros per ton. So that is, of course, a cost if you think about putting many tons per hectare and you have many hectares. But it's I think that because with pyrolysis you also get excess heat, okay, not as much as with gasification, as I'm sure you know. So I think that the right business model, let's say around biochar, is to produce it regionally on more than 1 farm or on very large farms, which also manage forests, so complex systems. For example, in Tuscany, we are working with a farm working in wine. They have a forest. So by managing the forest, they can get waste feedstock for biochar production, and then they can reintroduce this biochar in vineyards or also in forests. So you have to build these projects around biochar to get also a competitive price. In my view, farmers should also consider the make or buy, okay, option about biochar. And if they decide for make, they should maybe think about cooperation projects, local cooperation projects around biochar, because otherwise it's not it's not a commodity now, so you cannot find it all year round at a price that is leveled by some kind of regulated market. So it could be difficult to start, let's say, a biochar operation on your own alone. At least that's my.
Thank you, Tommaso.
Thank you.
I think Maria also wanted to have a last remark, and then we move to the next speaker. We still have 3 presentations.
Thank you very much for this very, very interesting presentation. And also, for the first time, I would like to acknowledge that we have experiments with measurements with statistical confidence that biochar has an environmental impact. Positive, of course, because it increases, as you said, the carbon organic content in the soil, retains more water. Finally, with a compost, it gives, with a manure, let's say together, it gives 40% more yield. So this is now proven experimentally, as I said, and statistically confident result. This, for me, is a way of making the production of biofuel cheaper, whatever biofuel it is, because it will be an added value product, this biochar from the production. Negative emissions will go to the farmers, will multiply the availability of the sustainable feedstock, which is now under question, how much sustainable feedstock we will have. This is a way of sequestering carbon and at the same time increasing the sustainable feedstock availability and decreasing the price of the biofuel. It's a very nice concept overall. Thank you very much and congratulations for this piece of work that you've done so precisely. I would like also to bring your attention in topics that we have in the renewable intermediate energy carriers, because this is something very much compatible with what you said on the local production of this biochar model. I will say producing together the energy intermediate carriers from biomass and the co-added value product, which is the biochar, will help reduce and make more sustainable the business model of both. And then this topic that we have there, I think it is in 2024, is perfect for you. It's in a demonstration scale if you want to further increase the scale of this type. Please consider it, and I would be very happy to see a next project evolving. And finally, I would like to have the, you said, the publication that you are preparing.
Yeah.
With the environmental impact, is that
No, publication is on the experiment on co-composted manure.
That would be great, because I think the more colleagues, not only in the RTD, but in the environmental Directorate General, the environment, need to know about the way of producing biofuels with negative emissions, but also increasing biodiversity, increasing fertility, increasing all these positive environmental, besides climate, positive environmental impact in the soil in this case. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
Very happy. And indeed, but soil biodiversity is a very important component of biodiversity. So
it's
I hope
now
in the paper you can also explain this.
Yeah, no, actually, we will not be able to demonstrate it in the paper. However, for example, I see that soil biodiversity is finally getting also the right attention from the European Commission, because until a few years ago, you heard about biodiversity talking in general. No? Okay, and everybody thinks rightly about bees and birds and polar bears, etc. But one should know that 95% of the total world biodiversity is in soil. Okay, so it's something that has been overlooked for a long time, and I'm really happy to see, for example, in the mission soil calls, Horizon mission soil calls, also that they are putting this attention in particular to soil biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. That was really interesting discussion. I'm sorry thank you. So now I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Paloma Leon from Camelina Company. She is connected remotely. Paloma, can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hello. Let me share your slides. Just a second. Let me put it in full mode. It's already in full mode, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will scroll the slides for you, please.
Perfect. You can go ahead.
Yes. Can you see the slides scrolling?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can go even to the next one. Okay, so I will be quick with this part, just to introduce you, because I think all of you already know Camelina. So Camelina is an oilseed from the Brassicaceae family, and it's a very resilient crop that can be cultivated fully with commercial machinery. So it doesn't have any need of using specialized machinery for the farmers. So you can pass to the next one, please. So from the point of view of the crop itself, it is a drought crop very resistant to drought. Also, we have been working in breeding of different Camelina varieties that have cold and heat tolerance. It is very pest and disease tolerant as well. For example, it's not I don't know exactly the name in English, but the beetles from soil are not really interested in Camelina compared, for example, with mustard. It has an allopathic effect, so it competes very well with weeds once it's well implemented. And it has a low requirement in nitrogen, and as I said, commercial machinery for cereals can be used for cultivating it. So we have been developing different cycle length varieties. We have very short ones that can complete the cycle in 90 days. We have winter and spring varieties, and Camelina can be grown as a cover crop without impacting the main crop between. You can go to the next one, please. So in BIO4A, in the Spanish trials, there were two main objectives. The objective one was to test the biochar plus compost agronomic protocol. And the objective two was to select one high yielding Camelina variety in a marginal land with high rates of desertification. So in year 1 and 2, these two objectives were run in parallel. We were working in growth chamber, selecting the Camelina variety best adapted to the conditions. And in the other hand, we were working in the fields for the biochar biochar protocol, sorry. And in the third year, the two objectives were combined, and the experiments were run in the two selected locations that I will show you after. So that we were testing the biochar protocol together with the selected Camelina variety best adapted to the conditions. And we are now finishing the 5th year of trials. You can go to the next one, please. So the locations were, one of the location is in the northeast of Madrid, in Finca La Canaleja. And the other one is 2 hours driving to the south in the province of Ciudad Real, in Finca Entre Sierras. And these are the two locations where we have been running the test during these 5 years. You can go to the next. So the biochar protocol, Thomas already commented it. We tested in different microplots. We had microplots that were not fertilized, so that was our control. Then other plots that received only mineral fertilization, so that the classical fertilization protocol that we use for Camelina here with the NPK. And the other microplots were fertilized at the beginning of the experiments with 100% compost, 100% biochar plus the NPK, and combi, so the mix of compost and biochar. So the mixes have been applied only once, previous to the 1st year of experiment. The background fertilization with NPK has been applied every year before showing, only to the mineral fertilization treatment and the biochar plus mineral fertilization treatment. And the dressing fertilization have been applied to all the treatments during the spring every year, with the exception, of course, of the not fertilized plot. And you can go to the next. So here you have the design for the 5 years. This experiment was run in rotation with barley, so the classical rotation that can be seen here in Spain. So in year the odd years, so year 1, year 3, year 5, camelina was cultivated, and in between year 2 and year 4, barley was cultivated in rotation, and the biochar protocol was tested in the soil together with the camelina varieties. You can go to the next. So here you have for the objective 1, so biochar plus compost organic protocol. We performed it in the 2 locations that I mentioned before. In the first year, it was done with one of our commercial varieties, with a short cycle camelina variety. In the second year, the crop was barley, and in the third and 5th year, the camelina variety was the control one plus the variety that was selected into the experiments that were running in parallel. You can go to next, please. Okay, so in the objective 2, you can see here the experiments for selecting the high yielding camelina variety. The first year, the experiment was run in a growth chamber. So we tested 5 varieties plus a control one. In the second year, this test was run in field conditions. And the next years were together with the protocol for biochar plus compost. So the 3rd, 4th, and 5th year, where the varieties that were tested was the selected one plus the control one. You can go to the next. Thank you. And in terms of going to the results, let's say, the preliminary results show a positive response of biochar and compost application. In terms of crop development, achieving increases of 25% from 25 to 40% with respect to conventional fertilization practices in both 2 locations. And nevertheless, there were different effects in both locations, because location 1 mainly received less rain. So location 1 showed better response of biochar than location 2. As Tommaso commented, biochar effects are more prevalent in when rains are scarce. And well, the third result is that the combination of both products, the combi, in different mixed with the 10% of biochar, 15% of biochar, and 20% of biochar plus the compost, has obtained the best results in our condition. You can go to the next. And in terms of yield stability, the mineral fertilization treatment saw a progressive decrement, which is what we expected. The compost treatment yields tended to go down, but the biochar treatment, the combi treatment, has shown the higher stability over time, especially the combi in 15 and 20% of combination. And regarding seed quality, seed weight and camelina oil content tend to increase also when cultivated with compost and biochar. So in conclusion, the agronomic protocol for oleaginous species cultivation is that the biochar can be seen as a promising candidate to increase the resiliency of agrosystem, to prolong dry spells in those regions, in our region, where agriculture is rain-fed and drought periods are frequent. And however, well, further research and along the years should be done, but we are very satisfied with these promising results. And I think maybe this was the last slide. Yeah. So yes. If you have any question, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you also for keeping the time. Any questions to Paloma? Not from the floor, and I don't see any in the chat. Okay, I have a question. It's similar to what I asked to Tommaso. How do you explain the reason behind the combined effect of the combi compared to biochar compost application?
Well, as Tommaso said, we think it's more related to biodiversity in soil. And this is something that could be another thematic for another project in the future. Yeah, because of course we couldn't go so deep into analyzing the soil activity in the different treatments. But of course, it is probably related to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calogero, I think he has a remark before I introduce him. Calogero from JRC.
Okay. So I just want to thank very much Camelina company, the person of Paloma, Yuri, because after the project activity were starting to be, let's say, widespread into the community, people started to asking me, because I'm from the Italian agronomy community, to receive some germoplasm, some seeds. And I put them in touch with the Camelina company, and they were very responsive, and they were giving seeds to academia people of many universities to replicate the trials, to make a very stronger, let's say, knowledge out of these activities. So the Camelina company engaged very well with the community of scientists. So I thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much.
I've seen your varieties in Thessaloniki 2 weeks ago. They are performing very well.
Yeah, this year we are having the worst drought ever. Most of the cereal winter crop is going to be loose in Spain, but still we have several trials that are performing very well. We don't expect to be the best year for Camelina, of course. We cannot do miracles, but still the crop is really resilient. So we hope to have as well interesting results.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to introduce Calogero as a speaker, Calogero Schillaci from the JRC, for a very interesting presentation that will show how all these experimental results can fit into a regional mapping. Let me just find the presentation. Just a second. It's this one, right? Come on. Seems like this is slowed down. There it goes. Now I will share it. Let me put it in full mode. Okay. Okay, Calogero.
Thank you very much, Giacomo, for the introduction. Very happy to be here today. I'm representing the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. The Joint Research Center is the research, let's say, body of the European Commission, which provides evidence to the development and policy development of policies and policy supports. Until a few years ago, the JRC was able to be partner of many projects as, let's say, business as usual partner. But indeed, the interest of the Commission is always to have some independent source of knowledge. So we don't represent, let's say, a specific industry or specific community, but we are representing the common interests of the European Commission. So this was the experience of several deliverables. Thank you very much for shifting to the second. So we did several deliverables into the BIO4A project. We interacted with Record, Camelina company, and CINEA. So the results of the deliverables are mainly presented here. So I will be very fast in this because everything was explained by Paloma and Tommaso. So Camelina, we already get in touch with the crop. It's a very interesting crop for many aspects. And the most important aspect I would like to recall is the fact that can be grown in marginal lands with little inputs. So this is the most important feature I want to, let's say, repeat. Okay, next slide, thanks. Okay, so the genetic activity that was done on the crop interested mainly three features, such as the seed yield increase, so to increase the production, and this is what the Camelina company is doing basically, and also record with the trial with different fertilizer application in combination with biochar, compost, and mineral fertilizer. It is also another task of the genetist was to increase seed protein content and also seed oil modulation, such as the content in specific fatty acids that they can be more suitable for food or for feed, and for energy. We don't really we are not really interested in removing some specific fatty acids which are not, let's say, nutritional, because we are looking at developing a fuel. Slide. Okay, the JRC work was trying to simulate what the farmer may experience. So we wanted to simulate the Camelina yield in more or less average European conditions without putting so much of external inputs, and so trying to be as neutral as possible. And if you can go to the next slide, I think this was the result of the simulation we did. And what we wanted to focus on was to provide evidences for the sustainability of the cultivation of Camelina. So that so what we see with red, of course, is something that in this map represent the yield, very low yields, which does not, let's say, mean necessarily that the crop cannot produce more than that, because these are rough. So estimate on 20 years of modeling, we will see after in the presentation. But generally, where we see green and yellow, we can assume that the crop can grow very well. And we can have productions, so seed yield production, which are in line with the literature, and in some places even higher. So the approach we adopted was to model the Camelina growth through a crop model, which is called Armosa, which was developed by Milan University, which is simulating all compartments, so soil, the crop, and the atmosphere part. So to run this model, we need a lot of data, that most of them are coming from European Commission services, like the Lucas soil, which is coming from our unit, the land resource unit. The Lucas soil sampling, it's an activity that run since 2009 in Europe, and we have produced a map of soil properties, both chemical, physical, and biological, and all these data are used into this modeling. So not only soils are needed to model Camelina yields, so we also need rainfall, we also need temperature to run the model at daily scale. Next slide. So this we can skip this slide, it's not very important. Okay, regarding the model, so we did model the Camelina in rotation with barley. Why? Because it is, as I said before, we tried to simulate what the farmer may experience. So average rotation with the energy crop plus cereal and pulse, which is the let's say the more common rotation you might find in the Mediterranean area. So the model has a series of input data, as I said before, and we are more interested not in the input, but in the output. So we are more interested in the crop yield and to a certain extent to the nitrogen losses. So due to the nitrogen, the directive of nitrate, we are very much interested in how, so from a sustainable point of view, we are very much interested in the losses of nitrogen into the soil. But the most important thing is the third, so it's the bottom square here, the annual change in organic soil organic carbon. This was one of the main focus of our analysis. Next slide, please. I wouldn't go into very detail of the model. The model simulates very well processes that happens into the agricultural system. So the crop development, such as the photosynthesis outcome, which is stored into the plant, the part which is going to the seeds, and also the assimilation of the CO2, the water stress, and many other things that, let's say, we are interested in from a scientific point of view, but from a production chain, so from the point of view of the project, we were more interested in other parameters and aspects. Next slide, please. Okay, so to run any model, we need ground truth. So we collected ground truth from literature, from several published papers that had several years of experience throughout Europe. So mainly Greece, Italy, Spain, only Greece, Italy, and Spain. And we need to simulate, we need to imagine an average management condition of the soil. So in this case, it was let's say, average from the literature. So we took as a sowing date the 15th of October. We are talking about winter Camelina, and the harvest date the 10th of June. And we were simulating tillage condition in the first 20 centimeter, tillage followed by a rowing, which is average conventional agriculture in Mediterranean, and application of only 50 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. Last but not least, so the crop residues, which in Camelina are representing more or less the 80% of the total biomass produced, were incorporated into the field. Okay, as you can see from this very, let's say, scientific technical transparency, the chart is showing the calibration and validation data set. So above you see the error bars represents the real value reported into the publication, whereas the red dots is what we simulated. So we are, let's say, in most of the case, we are within the variation which is reported into the sites, which is very good. But so we are more interested in the validation, which is the site that the model doesn't know. And in the table, in the chart below, you can see that only in one site we were underestimated the seed production, and which is very good, because underestimating for certain extent is better than overestimating. So I would be happier from a modeling point of view if I can say my model slightly underestimate, because if my model slightly overestimate, I would sell you something that is promising, but then in the reality is not. So we are very happy with these results. They are also included into a publication which is currently submitted. So we will soon hope that we can share this with the community and other services of the Commission. Let's go ahead. Thank you very much. Okay. Spatially, you can see also the results, because it was very challenging for us to scale up this model to the Europe. So it's not by applying coefficient that we obtain this map, but we run a simulation in each cell 500 meter with 500 meters square. So imagine with this, it's a very computational intensive. And what we can see, why we are seeing two maps of the same country, because one is the map of the average yield. And the second map, the one with green and red, represents, let's say, proxy of the marginality. So we imagine that to be profitable, the crop must produce above 1.4 ton per hectare. And with that map, we identified the area which are above or below this threshold. This was done for all the countries, the member states involved into the experiment. Here I showed only Italy and Spain. Okay. General results of the modeling part, I will be very quick in that, is that average yield for the European territory is about 2.4 ton per hectare. But we are talking about Camelina produced in rotation with barley. So this has to be considered when we are looking at the share of land. So the share of land which is possibly cultivated in Europe is not the 310,000 square kilometer, but of course is half, because one here would be barley, the other here would be Camelina. And the second most important parameter is the soil organic carbon, and which we see that with this assumption, we can assume that the soil organic carbon overall in Europe is neutral. So we are not going to lose soil organic carbon by cultivating Camelina in rotation with barley, but we have a slight increase. So this plus 43 kilograms per hectare, you can see in the second bullet. So in my view, in our view, as let's say, cannot be considered as strongly positive, but it is indeed neutral. Let's say cultivating Camelina does not reduce carbon, which is good. There is a slight increase in average, and this is seen as a very positive, let's say, result. Okay, so the second deliverable, so this final deliverable was to assess environmental sustainability. And we did that by combining 5 very important proxy of soil, climate parameters. You can go in the next slide, even the next. So in here you can see the 5 parameters that we put together with a methodology called convergence of evidence, which consider, so the first one is the RUSLE, which represent the potential erosion. So the erosion contain in it, so the calculation of the erosion contain not only a soil parameter, but also rainfall intensity. So then we have the potential threat for biodiversity, the second map. The third map is the bulk density, which represent the soil physical condition. Then we have the nitrogen inputs, which consider the soil chemical, let's say, load or nitrogen load, and the aridity index. These 5 parameters were combined in a convergence of evidence approach to estimate the environmental sustainability. So where we can cultivate potentially Camelina and not destroying or worsening soil conditions. So in this map, you can see in the next slide, was combined with the potential seed yield, potential yield of Camelina to display where we could grow Camelina sustainable with this, let's say, approach, more or less, without getting too much at the worsening soil condition, and in which area we have to focus and to be more, let's say, cautious in using fertilizer or tillage. So as you can see, Spain, especially northern Spain, has a, let's say, a low score in that. Does not mean that it's not fertile or is not producing very much, but that means that we have to focus and be more careful when we want to cultivate Camelina in such areas. I think with this slide, I'm going to the end. I reported in 4 bullets what we can summarize from the activity we were doing together with Record, Senner, and Camelina company. So we need to rethink at marginality when it is a potential marginality due to contamination, or when it is marginality just because it's geographical marginality. So we have to, let's say, think about classifying the land according to, let's say, physical properties. So among the distribution of suitable land, we can see that sometimes we could have, let's say, try to produce camelina of high quality, but low quantity. And in some other case, we can also try to produce a high quantity of camelina. So, I mean, sometimes the low quantity of camelina, it's just a parameter, it's just a quantity. So we could have a very high quality camelina, but in that case, perhaps it's not foreseen the use for energy, but we can foreseen the use for other, let's say, for food or feed. So, and this result, of course, need further research. And what else? So the third bullet report the fact that we can also focus on some land in which limitation can be removed. So there are some land in which limitation are, let's say, impossible to be removed. For instance, land with slope higher than 15% or 20%. Of course, it's a biophysical limitation. You cannot remove that unless you terrace or you do very high land, let's say, setup systems. But we can work in land which can be improved. And the last point, say that there is also a good point in using camelina, which is the cover crop use. So to provide a cover to the soil in some other agronomic conditions. So when you, for example, have cultivation of maize and soybean, inserting winter camelina will provide soil cover during the winter. So we don't have to think at camelina only for Mediterranean cereal pulses rotation, but we have to expand the use of camelina and energy crop also in mid-latitude cropping system. That will be another take from this study. And let's say, I thank you very much for listening. I hope you have some questions for me.
Thank you. Thank you. It's really, really, I told you, very, very important results. And we look forward to the debate. But if you don't mind, there is only one last presentation. And since we are a bit behind schedule, I would like to ask you to keep the questions to Calogero after the last presentation that I will introduce right now by Enrique Medina Martos from CINEA on the sustainability assessment of low-ILUC feedstock. And then we will conclude with a final discussion. Sorry for this. It's this one, right? Okay. Let me share.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enrique Medina Marto. I'm a researcher at CINEA, the National Renewable Energy Center of Spain. And I'll be talking about the sustainability assessments of the BIO4A value chain. Please, next. So yeah, basically our task in the project has been related to work package 4, which is the evaluation package. And we've worked with 2 facets of the environmental, of the sustainability assessment, which have been the environmental sustainability assessment and the socioeconomic sustainability assessment. Please, next. So concerning the environmental assessment, we've addressed the task by using the life cycle assessment, that, as you may know, is a well-established methodology aimed at evaluating the environmental performance of products and processes, which is well defined in by ISO rules, and which comprehends 4 stages. First, the goal and scope definition, then you have the inventory analysis, then the inventory you get is transposed into a series of impacts, and finally you have the interpretation. Please, next. So particularly in BIO4A, the goal has been to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions of the value chain, comprehending the production, delivery, and final utilization of 1 megajoule produced SAF. And basically, the process comprehends 3 major stages. First one is the feedstock provision, which can be made from regenerated used cooking oil. Then it can also be done by animal fat rendering, which results in tallow oil. And finally, camelina oil, which comes from camelina cultivation, which in this case, interestingly, gives the some accounting bonuses in terms of greenhouse gas emissions related to severely degraded land and carbon fixation to soil. After that, you have the SAF production stage, which comprehends HVO production followed by distillation. And finally, you have the fuel logistics and consumption, which ultimately results in the combustion of the fuel. And also you have, of course, all the intermediate transportations and so on. Please, next. So this is a summary of all the cases that we've studied, which are 20 actually, which basically differ in the utilized feedstock. Then for those scenarios utilizing camelina, 2 locations have been used, one in Spain and one in Italy. And also for each one of those cases, different agricultural protocols have been addressed. And finally, we also consider 2 final destinations for the fuel: Schiphol Airport in the Netherlands and the Fiumicino Airport in Rome. Yeah, please, next. So unfortunately, I cannot show final results because, you know, we're pretty much the end part of all this story. And together we had quite an interesting conversation of all the things that we still need to fix. But as a first approach, I'm sharing the results from a preliminary deliverable in which we carried out a first approach assessment, which considered slightly different locations and approaches for the refiner stage, which came from literature. But yeah, from that assessment, we pretty much got results in the range between 10 to 20 grams CO2 equivalent per megajoule, which roughly corresponds to 73 to 87% greenhouse gas savings compared to red. And this is pretty much aligned with the results that we expect to be delivering, sharing with the partners in a couple of weeks once everyone is solved. Please, next. So yeah, now on the social assessment, our first job was to make a scanning of the available methodologies and certification schemes for 2 reasons. One, to identify what indicators could be relevant for the purpose of our assessment, and then to better understand how how those indicators could be transposed into our actual work. Please, next. So yeah, after that screening was performed, we selected 3 target groups of subjects, namely the workers, local communities, and value chain actors, namely the partners of the projects, to whom we send a detailed questionnaire with a set of questions with predefined answers that we then translated into a numeric scale, which ultimately was related to a risk level, with the scale level +2 meaning very low risk, -2 very high risk, and 0 representing medium risk. And that is, it's important to say that what we call medium risk actually means compliance with local laws. And I want to make sure that everyone does understand that, because that's something that it's been a little bit misleading from some people along the discussion. So yeah, wanted to. So yeah, these charts are the final results for that assessment, as we could expect, being in a in an European environment in which most companies are supposed to actually be compliant with social norms and ethics and so on. Yeah, pretty much everything was above the threshold of 0 of compliance, and actually most of the indicators show better results, which means that the companies actually go farther in their performance and take care by themselves of the social aspect. So yeah, I believe that's everything from my side.
Thank you, Enrique, also for keeping the time. Thank you. I think this concludes our line of presentations. We still have room for some remarks for these or the previous slides from Calogero. Tommaso.
So thank you, Enrique, for this. I would like to point out also that in the environmental sustainability assessment, also the biochar scenario will be evaluated. So this is going to be also very interesting from a project point of view, because we will not only have the data from the field, but also the evaluation of the whole, let's say, value chain with the LCA instrument. So this is going to be even more relevant, I think, for the purpose of demonstrating the sustainability of the biofuel production. I would also like to thank Calogero from JRC, because they also did an extra work by including this biochar data in the scenario. I think that the two types of assessments are complementary between them. So I think it's going to be also very interesting to see the very final results. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And any other remarks? Look.
Thanks. Maybe a question to Calogero. You mentioned that the residues, the straw, would stay behind on the soils. Is it an option, or maybe to compare also of using that straw, comparing it to transforming it to biochar, so you have a much better, higher retention or radical product on the fields? Because the residues, they will, well, that's organic carbon. It will oxygenate after a certain time. But maybe through biochar, you can have more retention of carbon. Is it something you can consider?
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, is a good solution, but it must be proved by research. So, I mean, I would perhaps do a couple of experiments before to certify that this is true, but logically it might have a sense. Economically, I don't know, but to let's say to have a final word on that, couple of years of experiment, the agronomic trials would add some knowledge on that, and yeah, who knows, perhaps with the development of regulation on soil, this must be a viable option to increase soil carbon in soil and restore carbon in degraded soils. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if there are any other remarks, otherwise I think we should go towards the conclusions. Yes, and sorry for being a bit behind the schedule. I would really like to personally thank you for keeping this discussion alive. This was not given for granted. We are happy that the results were well received and there was a lot of interaction. And I would also like to thank all the online speakers. We still have 30 courageous participants attending now, and we had an average of 65, 70 to 80 participants online throughout the day. Before I leave you, I encourage you to learn more about the final results of the BIO4A project that will be presented at the Biomass Conference, the European Biomass Conference and Exhibition, which will be held this June in Bologna. There will be at least 3 more presentations with the final results of the project, and probably another small side event combined with the BIO project, where we will integrate the results that we have showed today.
And I think we should say thanks to Maurizio and Teresa for organizing this nice event.
Thank you. Thank you.
As usual, very well organized.
Thanks a lot. So enjoy the rest of your day, and the presentations and the slides will be, of course, online and available together with the recordings in a few days. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day, and bye-bye to the online participants. Thank you.